Hey guys, tonight we step into a Frisian cottage where the night hums with quiet threads. Picture a lone loom glowing softly beside the fire, its shuttles moving like tiny ocean tides. You feel the cool breeze from the shutters, like a whisper of old secrets. The room smells of fresh linen and wild thyme, a scent that drifts around each corner. You probably won't survive this if you think it's all sunshine and lullabies. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment below with where you are and what time it is, so I can feel your company. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The cottage feels almost alive, like a tired old friend inviting you to rest. Each thread on the loom catches the moonlight, casting gentle ripples across woven fabric. You see the needle dancing, a tiny needle weaving a lullaby with every pull. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen I tried once? Absurd, yet oddly effective, though here the sun is far away. The hum of the loom syncs with your breathing, each breath a soft tap on the frame. Slowly, the shuttle moves, guiding your focus into the rhythm of slow weaving. You notice a small, old photograph tucked in the corner of the loom's wooden base. It shows a Frisian fisherman in a red scarf, caught mid-wave during a storm in 1672. Historians still argue whether that ship was a merchant vessel or a military scout. The image stirs a story that the cottage's walls hold many layers of history. You pause, letting the story settle around you like a gentle blanket. You hear the faint creak of the door, a sleepy sigh from the wooden frame. Your fingers find a thread, smooth like river sand, and you pull it gently. The thread slides through the warp, a line of continuity between past and present. As you weave, tiny motes of dust rise, illuminated by the lamplight, dancing like fireflies. You feel the weight of the thread shift, a quiet reminder of how every stitch matters. The cottage seems to breathe with each pass of the shuttle, as if the walls themselves want to be part of the craft. You listen to the pattern forming, a subtle checker of blue and white, the colors of the Frisian flag. The loom's quiet buzz reminds you of old stories told by fishermen during long nights on the sea. They said that in the 13th century, Frisian women learned to spin cotton by the fire. You find that fact comforting, tying the past to your present hands. You pause to feel the rhythm, counting each stitch as a heartbeat in the silence. Your hand moves almost automatically, guided by the gentle pulse of the loom. A faint scent of pine appears as the night wind slides through the attic window. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the scent wrap around you like a warm shawl. A soft laugh escapes you, as ridiculous as a joke about a goat knitting a scarf from moss. That quirky tidbit reminds you that creativity can come from the most unlikely places. You open your eyes again, focusing on the next row of stitches, weaving a tiny square. The loom hummed louder, a subtle crescendo building anticipation in the room. You reach for the next thread, a thread of golden thread, a relic from a time when sunbeams were scarce. The golden thread makes the fabric glimmer, reflecting the light off the room's corners. You place it with care, a moment of reverence for the craft that passed through generations. The walls of the cottage are lined with old tapestries, each telling a different story. You touch one and feel the texture of woven wool, each loop a minute piece of history. Historians still argue whether those tapestries were made from recycled sails or fresh wool. Your imagination fills in the gaps, creating narratives that dance with the dim light. You find yourself humming softly, the lullaby rising from the rhythm of the loom. A tiny cat meows as it crosses your lap, a living testament to the cottage's gentle rhythm. You pause to look at it, letting the sound of its meow add to the woven soundscape. The cat's soft purr resonates like a tiny drum, echoing the loom's steady pulse. You feel the thread shift again, a reminder that everything in this room moves gently. A distant sound carries through, a church bell somewhere beyond the dunes, a midnight choir. You trace the sound to your own heartbeat as it synchronizes with the loom's tick. The room warms, and the candle flame flickers, casting dancing shadows upon the walls. You notice small, intricate patterns forming, reminiscent of star maps the old sea captains once navigated. Each pattern feels like a promise, knitting the past into your tranquil night. You breathe in deep, feeling the scent of lavender drift from a jar tucked near the hearth. The lavender scent brings a wave of quiet that almost washes away the day's clutter. Your mind feels light, as if the threads are pulling away the heaviness from your thoughts. The whispering loom continues, each stitch a quiet exhale, each pass a sigh of a restful night. You think of the old fisherman in the photograph, his red scarf flapping like a kite against the wind. The image flickers in your mind, like a dream that weaves itself into the fabric. The loom becomes a storyteller, each thread a word in a story of peace. You feel a gentle urge to continue, to keep going until the night fully cloaks the room. Your hand moves, the needle guiding you, stitching a line of hope into the tapestry. The thread glides smoothly, a silent promise that patience leads to tranquility. The cottage's quiet hum is a lullaby for the soul, a gentle background for your drifting thoughts. The pattern expands, a soft square, now a larger rectangle of woven light. The loom's shuttles move with the care of a sailor's compass, steady and sure. You feel the thread's tension, a gentle tug that pulls your focus deeper into the craft. Memory blends with the present, the cottage echoing the whispers of old songs. A faint hum rises from the distant sea, a lullaby that matches the rhythm of your breathing. You see a shadow on the wall, moving like a dancing figure in a dream. The figure feels real enough that you almost reach out to touch it, but instead you keep weaving. The thread thickens, adding a new layer to the tapestry, a layer of silence that fills the space. You pause briefly, letting your mind absorb the silence, letting it melt into the night. A soft wind stirs through the window, carrying sounds like a distant drum circle from far away. You find the sound comforting, a reminder that even in the quiet, there is life. Your breath deepens, the rhythm of your breathing syncing with the loom's measured rhythm. The tapestry grows, stitching a soft pattern that resembles a patchwork of lullabies. You feel your arms a bit tired, but the rhythm of the loom keeps you from feeling weary. The cottage's walls, lined with tapestries, seem to watch over the night, protecting the work. You sense that this quiet weaving has power, a gentle spell that calms restless thoughts. You feel the quiet energy, the gentle pulse of the loom, like a heartbeat humming in your chest. You keep your hands steady, letting the needle glide, each motion a small act of kindness to yourself. Your mind drifts to a memory of a childhood summer when the porch was full of laughter. That memory feels like a thread that weaves itself into the pattern of the present. The loom hums softly, a steady presence that keeps you grounded. You let the lull of the loom guide you deeper, each stitch a stepping stone toward sleep. The evening drapes the cottage in a soft hush, each sound softened by the blanket of night. The cat settles in your lap, purring, adding a warm, steady vibration to your senses. You close your eyes for a moment, feeling the hum of the loom lull you into a calm. The fabric you are weaving becomes a map, a blueprint of peaceful nights. Stitched with patience, you feel the tension in the yarn, a reminder that every small effort builds something lasting. The light in the room is dim, just bright enough to see the thread, nothing too bright to wake you. You think of how the old fishermen used to look at the stars to navigate the sea at night. You think of how the same stars now rest above the cottage, watching like old guardians. You recall a fact about the Frisian people who have lived in these dunes for centuries, enduring winds and waves. You feel a sense of continuity, as though you are part of a long chain of creators. Your fingers move with ease, the rhythm becoming almost second nature. The hum of the loom continues, a lullaby that soothes the nerves. You find the thread thickening, a subtle change in color, a gentle shift in the tapestry. The thread glides, each pull an echo of the wind outside. You reach for a new thread, this one deep green, reminiscent of moss climbing old barn walls. You thread it slowly, as if touching a memory of moss and stone. You keep weaving, feeling your body loosen, your muscles easing with each stitch. The loom's quiet rhythm is a meditation, a practice of stillness that calms the mind. You notice a subtle pattern starting, a motif of a little boat on a calm sea. You think of a story about a wandering goat that knitted a scarf from moss, a quirky legend told by old folk. You find this image comforting, a reminder that even the simplest acts can bring warmth. You smile softly, the smile lingering like a warm ember. The tapestry now resembles a small landscape, each color a story waiting to finish. The loom's shuttles move with steady patience, reminding you that time in the slowest moments is worth its own song. You feel the threads under your fingers, tactile memories of the world that weave into the present. Your eyes close briefly, and the hum of the loom blends with your breathing. The cat purrs softer, as if aware of your drifting towards sleep. The sound of your breathing matches the rhythm of the loom, forming a perfect duet. The room feels safe, as if the cottage itself is a gentle blanket that cradles your thoughts. You feel a new wave of calm wash over you, as if the threads have absorbed the worries of the day. The pattern expands, each new stitch a new layer of peace you add to the tapestry. Your mind wanders to the past, remembering old songs sung by the Frisian women by the sea. The loom stays humming, a steady heartbeat, a source of comfort in the quiet night. You keep weaving, the thread dancing between your fingertips, a quiet reminder that the night is yours. The silence surrounding the cottage is almost sacred, a space that holds the story of the thread. Your breath slows, each inhale and exhale aligning with the loom's subtle vibrations. The cat's purr is a low rhythm, a companion to the loom's lullaby. Your eyes flutter, the last lines of the story weaving themselves into gentle sleep. The thread's pattern is like a map of the sea, each ripple reflecting the moon's glow. The whole atmosphere is a soft, calming ocean of color and quiet. You feel gratitude for the moment, for the weaving, for the hush that surrounds you. You sense that the cottage, the loom, and even your breath have a story to share. Your body relaxes further, muscles easing as if they were being gently pulled by the threads. The rhythm of the loom becomes like a sleeping lullaby that keeps the rest of the night at a steady pace. You feel a sense of completion, as if every stitch brings the tapestry close to its final shape. The cat curls closer, its purr a steady, reassuring rhythm. You let the lullaby of the loom keep you in a state of calm, a natural calm that encourages sleep. The last few threads glow with a soft, amber light, adding a final gentle warmth to the piece. Your breathing grows deeper and more even, the pace as soothing as a gentle tide. The entire cottage feels alive, breathing with each stroke of the needle. You notice the tapestry's threads shimmering in the glow, as if they carry the moon's reflection. Your mind, softened by the work, finds its own calm, a quiet that feels like home. You feel that the night is wrapping you in a gentle, silent embrace. The tapestry, now almost complete, feels like a quiet poem of the night, woven slowly and lovingly. You rest your hand on the cushion, feeling a gentle pressure that keeps you grounded. The cat's purr adds to the soft lull, a sound that lulls your thoughts into a gentle reverie. Your breath, slow and rhythmic, matches the subtle pulse of the loom. The house settles, a quiet lull across the windows, a hush that fills the room. You find yourself drifting, the quiet stillness inviting you toward restful sleep. The thread and the loom continue their soft dance, a reminder that rest comes in gentle acts. You feel your eyelids heavy, as if they are knitting together with the tapestry. You close your eyes fully, letting the last hum of the loom whisper you into sleep. You settle beside the whispering loom as midnight threads curl beneath the moonlit curtains. The room hums softly, a lullaby of soft motions that sync with your breathing. The shuttles move like tiny dancers, each pause a gentle sigh. Your fingers glide through the silk, feeling the coolness of the night air. You inhale deeply, letting the scent of linen fill your senses. A faint crackle rises from the fire, sending ripples through the wool. The cottage lights dim further, leaving only the glow of the moon. You notice the delicate threads whispering secrets across the fabric. Their voices, like wind through reeds, seem to carry far away tales. You turn your attention to the gentle pattern forming beneath your needle. Each stitch invites another breath, breathing out calm like a sigh. The rhythm matches the slow tick of the antique clock on the wall. Time feels elastic, stretching like the thread you pull from the spool. You recall that the spool is filled with stories from old families. The scent of old paper hints at histories that weave through the walls. Historians still argue whether the Roman Empire's fall was a choice or misfortune. You chuckle softly, imagining senators debating under candlelight while you sew. The thread trembles, catching the glow of moonlight like a tiny sea. An antique Roman aqueduct in a distant city still channels water across the desert. You remember reading that the aqueduct's stone arches were carved by monks. The sound of the water echoes across continents, far beyond this quiet cottage. The loom murmurs, a low voice that feels older than the ages. You feel the tug of the thread as it slides, whispering to your mind. Your fingers dance gently, following the path laid by your subconscious. You pause, letting a soft breeze caress your cheek from the window. Outside, stars twinkle like distant lanterns, counting minutes together. Some people claim moonlight on fabric turns invisible fibers visible. The thread's silver luster grows brighter when it catches the moon's light. You smile at the silver thread, imagining it as a tiny piece of moon. A joke about needles echoes. Needles love a good stitch, just like a good joke. That joke lands lightly, leaving a chuckle that feels like a drumbeat. The loom hums again, a steady pulse guiding your thoughts. You align the next stitch, aligning your breathing with its rhythm. Each inhalation is a quiet drumbeat, a calming metronome to your nerves. You imagine a story unfolding in the fabric, a quiet village with rolling hills. The thread follows the tale, weaving the hills into shimmering colors. The colors shift, reflecting the shifting moods of the night. The cottage walls seem to inhale along with you, breathing softly. You feel your shoulders relax as a gentle lullaby washes over you. A tiny spark of humor floats in, a feather quipping about a missing button. You laugh, the sound weaving into the quiet as if it were a lullaby. The needle slides, leaving a seam that glows faintly with twilight. The thread whispers, "You are home," in a voice only felt, not heard. You close your eyes briefly, feeling the rhythm as if it were a song. The seam grows longer, echoing the soft hum of distant wind. Outside, the wind carries the scent of wild lavender and rain. The lavender scent drifts into the room, filling pockets between the threads. The fabric shimmers with lavender threads that seem to pulse with life. The sound of the needle becomes a drum, steady and hypnotic. You feel the tension loosen, a muscle memory that the night grants. You find yourself humming a tune that matches the hush of the loom. The song feels old, like a tale whispered by grandparents at dusk. The thread moves, curling gently around the seam like a snake. You notice the old thread's pattern, a maze of tiny knots and loops. Those loops feel like little hearts beating at midnight. You pause and imagine a night where each heart beats with a story. The thread's whispers grow louder as it nears the center of the pattern. The center feels like a portal into a dream, a tiny dark well. You dip the needle, feeling the cool metal against your skin. The cold metal feels like a tiny dragon's scales, adding a playful thrill. You think of a joke. Some call this a dragon's lullaby. Others call it silence. That joke lands softly, like a feather falling onto wool. The needle touches the fabric, and the stitch snaps into place. The sound is subtle, almost like a breath held, then released. You hold the thread taut, feeling its pulse against your fingertips. The pulse feels steady, a heartbeat of the night itself. You let the thread fall, and it curls around the needle like a loop. That loop feels like a tiny promise that the night will stay. The loom sighs, a gentle sigh that fills the room. You feel the whole cottage sway, as if breathing with your heart. A small laugh escapes you, a sound that echoes in the quiet. You breathe in the scent of cedar from the carved wood panel. Cedar smells like memory, evoking childhood moments when you stitched blankets. The thread is warm, a comfort that drapes over your shoulders. The thread feels like a blanket, but more intimate and softer. The seam's softness matches the softness of the blanket, a perfect harmony. You feel a wave of calm wash through the room. The waves are gentle, like a tide that rocks a small boat. The thread ripples with each tiny tide, creating a ripple effect. The ripple feels like the world turning at a calm pace. The world seems to pause, waiting for your next stitch. You smile quietly, feeling the connection with each thread. The connection is stronger than any chain or hook you could find. The thread sings, a melody that echoes through the quiet cottage. You inhale, feeling the melody settle into your chest. You exhale, letting the melody spread to the far corner. The corner feels lighter, as if the thread lifted all weight. The thread lifts the weight of the day, leaving room for rest. You feel gratitude, a feeling as warm as the night itself. A small crackling sound from the fire punctuates the rhythm. You listen, and the crackling is like applause, subtle and warm. The applause encourages your fingers to continue weaving. They weave with care, as if drawing a map of dreams. Each knot you tie whispers a promise of gentle sleep. The promise feels real, like a story told by the quiet. You feel you are part of something bigger, larger than the room. The loom knows that you are not alone on this night. It listens, it hums, it keeps time with your heartbeats. You listen to the hum like an ancient instrument in a quiet hall. The hum is steady, a steady drum of night. You close your eyes, but not to dream, to listen. You close your mind to noise and focus solely on thread. The thread's song sings you into a peaceful trance. You feel the trance as your breathing slows like a deep ocean. The ocean waves are calm under the moon's soft silver. The moon's silver reflects the thread, turning it into a stream. The stream flows into the heart of the cottage. The heart pumps calm like a lullaby. The lullaby has no words, just gentle vibrations. The vibrations fill your chest, a gentle wave. The wave is like a feather, soft and steady. A light joke appears. Ask the thread to write a lullaby. That joke lands and flutters, like a small leaf on the floor. You smile, feeling the laughter ripple like a soft tide. The tide is a quiet wave, washing away the day's last tremor. The day's tremor leaves a gentle echo of gratitude. You let gratitude ripple, feeling a sense of peace settle. The peace feels deep, like a wellspring beneath the floorboards. You feel the floorboards creaking, comforting like a cradle. The cradle hums along with the loom, creating a symphony. The symphony swells as you finish the final stitch. The final stitch feels like a closing promise, an embrace of the night. The final stitch feels like a closing promise, an embrace of the night. A hush settles over the loom as the night deepens. Your fingers linger, tasting the softness of the yarn as it bends. With each thread, a new chapter begins. Threads whisper a tale of quiet valleys. The fabric stretches, echoing a gentle sigh that mirrors your own breathing. You notice the seam glimmering like starlight caught in a delicate web. A strand of silver gleams, an accidental treasure from last night's moonlit spill. You inhale the faint scent of pine, mingling with the sweet scent of thread. The room hums as the loom spins soft beats, the soundtrack to your mind. You let the rhythm guide your thoughts, like a playlist of whispered lullabies. A tiny whisper curls into the yarn, begging you to read its mystery. You pause, listening for the story that the thread yearns to tell. The whisper turns into a hush, a question, an invitation to explore. You remember a tale of a wandering sailor who spun yarn from moonlit dreams. The yarn carried stories of salt, of stars, and of forgotten songs. The thread bends, revealing a hidden image of a small boat adrift. Your eyes follow the thread, tracing the boat's fragile line through dark water. You feel the water's chill, but the warmth of the loom comforts you. The thread sighs, "Come back to me," softly, like an old friend. You smile, thinking the sea remembers you and invites you to rest. The needle clicks, a tiny metronome, as you press the fabric gently. You feel the tug of the thread, as if it pulls your thoughts toward calm. A small joke creeps in. Needles love a good stitch, just like a good joke. The joke lands lightly, turning your laugh into soft cotton against the fabric. The hum persists, weaving a lullaby that the night itself wants to sing. A memory surfaces your grandmother's hands, smoothing wool, singing softly. You think maybe these stitches carry her lullabies, stitching peace into each loop. The thread loops, forming an invisible braid that cradles your thoughts. You breathe in, feeling the fabric pulse like a slow heart. The loom's rhythm becomes a guide, a steady whisper of safety. A strange, humorous thought surfaces. I think the needle has better haircuts than I do. The laugh tingles, turning the night into a gentle comedy show. The laughter fades, leaving only the subtle crackle of the fire. The fire sends tiny sparks like dancing beads, each catch of light a tiny applause. The applause swells, encouraging you to continue, to weave, to dream. You recall quirky sailors used fermented fish to seal their ships. The humor lands, and the idea of fish glue tickles your mind. The loom hums again, a steady pulse guiding your hands. Your mind drifts to old soldiers trading tailies of silk on a battlefield. The thread catches a flash of memory, a soldier's wink, an unspoken joke. The joke feels innocent, just a brief distraction from the heavy world outside. You pull the needle, letting the fabric stretch like a soft blanket against your shoulder. The blanket feels warm, like the night wrapped around your bones. You notice a small patch of golden thread woven across, a hidden sunrise in the dark. The golden thread glows faintly, hinting at sunrise within the night. You smile, thinking of Egypt, where a golden thread guided lost sailors. The story twines into the fabric, a quiet legend of safe passage. The loom's rhythm shifts, a gentle bass that steadies your pulse. You trace the rhythm, feeling it like a drum that keeps time. Historians still argue whether the Roman Empire's fall was caused by internal decay or external pressure. The debate floats through the air like a feather, light and curious. You breathe, and the words settle like dust on a quiet floor. The thread glides, leaving behind a soft trail of calm. A tiny creature, an imaginary cat, appears, chasing the thread, purring like a lullaby. You laugh, noting the cat's whiskers are silk-like, not fur. The cat disappears, leaving a soft imprint on the yarn. The imprint feels like a promise, a vow of gentle rest. You pull the needle back, feeling the tension ease, like the night breathing out. The tension eases, and the fabric breathes a sigh, a contented exhale. Each exhale feels like releasing a thought, letting go of daytime weight. The story continues, weaving of village tiny houses, cobblestone lanes, lanterns flickering. A lantern's flame flickers, dancing to the rhythm of your breath. Your breath and flame sync, a choreography of calm. The dance lifts your spirits, turning the room into a small, safe harbor. You feel the harbor's embrace, soft as a shawl wound around you. The shawl feels like a second skin, comforting each breath. The loom hums, a heartbeat that matches the slow ocean's tide. The ocean's tides ripple through the thread, each wave a new lullaby. You imagine a sailor riding a wave, knitting dreams into a blanket. The dream blanket grows, wrapping everything in quiet. The thread becomes a bridge, connecting your thoughts to distant starlight. A star winkles through, a flash in a vast, dark sky. The winkle feels like a tiny sigh, a promise of restful nights. This promise rests on the cloth, solid as a promise of sleep. The cloth hums, a lullaby of threads woven with care. You notice a pattern and eye watching over you, silent and kind. The eye feels like a guardian whispering, "Rest here, dream." You follow the whisper, letting it cradle your thoughts. A second joke creeps in. If I were a thread, I'd tie myself to your dreams. The joke floats, turning your smile into a soft ripple. The soft ripple spreads, like wind over calm water. You breathe in the calm, feeling every breath as a feather of coolness. Each breath is like a feather landing softly on a quiet pond. The pond ripples, reflecting the starlit sky above. You feel the star's reflection echo, a bright pulse in the dark. The pulse steadies, grounding your thoughts like a stone. The stone is the thread, sturdy, guiding you. The guide moves, weaving a final stanza of the story. The final stanza speaks of dawn, but tonight it feels eternal. The night feels like a living tapestry, spun by your hands. The tapestry sways, like a hammock holding you. The hammock gently rocks, letting you drift in dreamland. You feel the weight of the world slip away, like an old coat. The coat hovers, lifted by the gentle wind of your breathing. You let the wind guide the story, letting the thread finish. The thread finishes, and silence swells, sweet and soft. The silence embraces your ears like a quilt over a bed. The quilt feels warm, the night's lullaby humming softly. You smile, knowing each stitch carries a part of history. You recall the pyramid's completion, a testament to patient hands. You feel proud, stitching your own small miracle into the night. The night whispers, "Good night, keep weaving," a gentle invitation. You hear the whisper, feeling your heart nod in slow approval. Your hand rests, the needle hanging slack, a promise to come back. The promise rests in the dark, like a lullaby waiting to be sung. The darkness thickens, yet you feel safe as ever. You breathe, the air cool, tinged with pine and lavender. The lavender floats like a flower beside the fire's glow. You taste the lavender in the air, sweet and calm. You let the taste fade into the fabric's quiet. The fabric breathes, a living thing, easing you deeper. You feel the story close, but not end, like a book in draft. The book turns its pages, eager for the next line. Your next line is the next stitch, a promise unspoken. The promise unspoken, your fingers move softly, guided by rhythm. The rhythm invites your thoughts into sleep, a calm invitation. The invitation is a gentle echo, softly humming through your ears. You sense your eyelids growing heavier, the night calling. The night answers, a lull that slides into dreamland. The dreamland feels like a cozy pillow, soft and endless. You float into it, letting sleep wrap around you. The sleep tightens like a blanket pulled over your head. The blanket warms you, calming your pulse, your thoughts dissolving. The thoughts dissolve, leaving only the hum of the loom. The hum lingers, a final gentle, warm wave. The wave carries you softly into the endless, quiet dark. You awaken, feeling refreshed, the night still humming softly. The loom hums again, echoing the cottage's quiet heart. You feel the rhythm like a gentle tide, swelling with sleep. The needle clicks softly, a metronome of peace. Your fingers hover over the warp like a cloud waiting to descend. The fabric shivers, breathing in sync with your pulse. You notice a dust mote dancing, a tiny moon in the lamp. It waltzes to the beat, a silent ballet on the loom. A small laugh escapes you. Even dust feels alive when I stitch. The joke lands light, reminding you that work can be whimsy. The glow of the fire crackles, a low, steady soundtrack. It casts shadows that flicker like waves on a quiet sea. Your thoughts drift with the flame, gentle and unhurried. You pause, listening for the loom's next breath. The humming deepens, as if the cottage itself exhales in slow rhyme. It's a rhythm that feels like a lullaby wrapped in wool. With each stitch, time folds like a soft, warm blanket. You feel the thread twine around your knuckles, soothing. The needle slides, a feather through parchment. You close your fingers slightly, letting the hum soak in. You notice a faint scent of cedar, calming your nerves. A memory surfaces, your grandmother's kitchen, steam, and stories. She would hum while she wove, a tune you now echo. Grandma's hum, this is my lullaby, you whisper to the air. The air shivers, a subtle acknowledgement of your devotion. The loom's whir is a steady heartbeat, syncing with your breathing. Your breath slows, a metronome of relaxation. You think of a world where threads hold secrets. Some say each yarn strand is a story waiting to be heard. Historians still argue whether the Library of Alexandria burned in a single fire or many. You chuckle softly, amused that even ancient fires can be debated. The candle flickers, casting a halo around your stitches. You feel the warmth spread, a gentle tide pulling you deeper. Each loop curls, a promise whispered into the night. The thread glints like a star caught in a needle's eye. Star, you say, delighted, even my work can sparkle. The joke lands, a feather of humor against the hushed room. The loom pauses, as if listening to your laughter. You lift your hand, feeling the texture of the warp. The yarn feels cool, like a breeze on a midsummer day. You think of a strange myth, a desert that sang to the wind. Some fringe groups claim the Sahara once sang to passing ships. The idea tickles you, absurd yet oddly comforting. Desert song, you ask, amused. The silence answers with a soft hum. You notice a tiny patch of silver, a hidden treasure. It glows faintly, a reminder that light can be woven. You pause, feeling the loom's heartbeat in your chest. The rhythm is a lullaby, soft and relentless. You feel the weight of the world lighten, thread by thread. The needle cuts cleanly, releasing tension like a sigh. You inhale the scent of wool, musk, and old parchment. Your mind drifts to a distant sea, waves whispering. Even the sound of the loom mimics the ocean's hush. The sea in your head is calm, a gentle tide. You smile at the absurdity of your own reverie. The laughter is gentle, a thread woven into the hum. Your hands move without thinking, guided by rhythm. Each stitch is a small universe, quiet and vast. You wonder how many stars can fit in a single thread. The answer is invisible, the mystery lingering like a scent. The loom's whir grows louder, a crescendo of calm. It's a symphony played by needles, fabric, and your breath. You feel the vibration travel up your arms, a wave of comfort. The world outside feels distant, a lullaby of its own. Your mind floats, untethered, riding the quiet tide. Every breath deepens the rhythm, a metronome of peace. A soft trickle of the candle's flame plays across the floor. The shadows shift, playing hide and seek with the light. You think of the great wall of China, sprawling far. It stretches over 13,000 miles, whispering history into the wind. The idea that such a wall could sing is absurd, yet the threads sing, each stitch a chorus. The harmony is gentle, like a lullaby sung by the stars. You pause, feeling the loom's pulse inside your own. The hum steadies, calming the restless parts of you. A memory stirs, a story about a woman, a needle, and hope. That woman wove a blanket for her village, bright and warm. You think of how your own humble stitches could comfort. You feel the thread curl, a tiny knot of compassion. The loom's rhythm echoes your own soft heartbeat. You let the world fade. The cottage enfolds you. The air is thick with pine and lavender, calm. The lavender floats like a flower beside the fire's glow. You taste the lavender in the air, sweet and calm. The scent lingers, a promise of peace. You close your fingers, letting the hum fill your senses. The world shrinks, the stitch becomes a portal. The loom hums, carrying your thoughts into the night. You feel the tension release, breathing through the yarn. The rhythm slows, a lullaby of slow breaths. A joke drifts. Needles prefer knit over knit, don't you think? The laugh is gentle, a feather against the hum. Your eyelids grow heavier with each gentle pause. The cottage sighs, a comforting sound of night. You feel the loom's pulse like a tide, rolling softly. Your mind slows, surrendering to the rhythm. You wonder what other secrets lie within threads. The idea that threads hold history is compelling. You think of how ancient artisans wove stories. Each thread might have felt an old, forgotten heartbeat. That idea tickles you, like a gentle tickle in a pillow. You smile softly, letting the notion sink. The hum becomes a lullaby, a blanket of sound. The candle flame moves, its flicker a slow dance. Your hands glide, weaving along the warp. The fabric rises, a mountain of quiet. A tiny knot tugs, like a promise whispered. You let the tug guide you into relaxation. The room feels like a cocoon, warm and snug. You pause, listening to the soft crackle of the fire. The sound is a drumbeat that steadies your breath. Your breath syncs with the fire's rhythm, calm. The loom whirls, each stitch adding a layer of calm. You feel the world recede, each thread a retreat. The hum sings, an anthem for sleeping minds. You imagine a vast sky, stars knitting themselves into blankets. The image is soothing, a gentle lullaby to your eyelids. You feel the rhythm wrap around you, a tide. Your thoughts drift, following the soft waves of sound. You are safe, held by the quiet loom. The hum tightens, a lullaby pulling you in. You feel the tension slide off the yarn, releasing. The thread uncoils, revealing a soft, blank space. The blank space is a doorway to dream. You step into it, breath steady. The fire crackles as the world outside dims. The hum carries you deeper into sleep. A sweet fragrance of cedar wraps around you. You listen to the whispers of the loom. The whispers are soft, like a lullaby. You feel the loom's pulse in your chest. The world fades, the cocoon thickens. You imagine the great wall standing tall, humming. That hum sings with the threads in your dream. You feel a sense of wonder in the darkness. The loom hums, a lullaby for the brave. You breathe slowly, letting the words flow. Each stitch feels like a story you carry. You feel grateful for the quiet night. The hush becomes a blanket of safety. You close your eyes, feeling the world slip. The world turns to dust, a gentle wind. Your fingers relax, the loom's rhythm steadies. The gentle tide pulls you further. The darkness feels like velvet, soft and inviting. You let the dream begin, stitched by tranquility. You are in the story, woven by night. The thread glows softly, a pale moon in the hush of the cottage. You feel its pulse under your fingertips, a steady, gentle heartbeat. Each tiny loop breathes, a tiny sigh of fabric that knows time. You let the rhythm settle like a tide over a glassy lake. The fire crackles low, its sparks fluttering like restless fireflies. You trace the pattern with your thumb, feeling the needle's small pulse. Around you, the cottage smells of pine, cedar, soft wool. A faint scent lifts, a whisper from a distant valley. Your mind drifts to a myth about a desert that sang. Some fringe cultures claim the Sahara once sang to wandering ships. You chuckle softly, the laugh floating in the quiet air. The thread continues, a silver thread glimmering against the dark backdrop. You fold it gentle, the loop forming a small crescent shape. Below the loom, a moth flutters, unaware of your rhythmic dance. You smile, the sound of the moth, a quiet applause. You pull the thread tighter, the fabric humming with new tension. The loom whirs softly, a machine that has woven history. Remember that desert song. It plays still in your mind. It is a lullaby of sand, wind, and wonder. You hear something else, a soft chime that rings from the wall. Historians still argue whether the Library of Alexandria burned in a single fire or many. The The sound reverberates, threading through the night's quiet fabric. You reach toward the bell, fingers brushing the cold metal. Its weight is comforting, a reminder that time ticks on. You let the bell settle, the echo turning to a faint hum. The hum intertwines with the loom's song, a duet of breath and thread. You feel the room shift, the walls breathing in slow succession. It is a steady rhythm, a pulse that sways like trees. Your eyes grow heavy, the world folding into a gentle dusk. You pause, the breath between stitches feeling like a slow drum. You count the strokes, each click a note in an unseen hymn. The night deepens, a cloak that covers the cottage's heart. You inhale, feeling the quiet swirl of thread and candle. You remember a historical fact. The first confirmed human in the Americas lived over 15,000 years ago. That knowledge hums quietly in your thoughts, grounding the present. You reach again, feeling each fiber like a tiny world. The loom continues, singing a language older than the stories you share. You let the needle glide, a gentle motion that feels like floating. A small hum rises from the floorboards, old wood breathing. It syncs with your pulse, a subtle rhythm of the living cottage. You feel a breeze, faint and cool, sliding under the window. The scent of rain in the distant hills mingles with cedar. You close your eyes, letting the world fall to a lull. The night wraps you, a blanket of silken comfort. You hear a distant owl cry, a solitary voice in the dark. It adds a touch of wilderness to the gentle hum of the loom. You smile, the sound echoing like a soft sigh of reassurance. The loom keeps working, patient as a watchful old friend. You notice a peculiar pattern forming, a star made of intertwined threads. It glows faintly, a silver speck against the darkness. You lift your hand, the tiny star feeling warm at your touch. The warmth spreads, a promise that even the night holds light. A flash of memory surfaces, your grandmother's lullabies stitched into wallpaper. You feel the echo of her voice, warm as a knitted shawl. That memory tugs gently, weaving into the night's fabric. You let the thread carry her song, a silent hymn. The loom continues, adding a new layer to the growing tapestry. You count the stitches, each one a small victory against fatigue. The rhythm steadies, a calm tide that swells in your chest. You breathe, feeling the world recede into the hum of the room. You pause for a moment, the night settling like a gentle blanket. You feel the warmth of the fire, the glow of the moon reflected on the floor. You smile, the quiet joy of a simple craft wrapping around you. The loom hums, a lullaby that sways like a tide. The night deepens, threads growing softer with each gentle motion. You feel your breath slowing, the rhythm aligning with the loom. You are part of a quiet world, a weave of night and intention. You remember a quirky tidbit, a myth that the Great Pyramid was built to store a secret solar clock. The idea sounds playful, a clever twist on history. You let the thought drift as the thread moves on. The loom keeps its steady song, a companion to your mind. You feel a soft pressure, the needle easing into the new weave. The thread slides, smooth as the night air. You hear a faint click, the loom's heartbeat confirming the stitch. You let the line rest, the fabric breathing under it. You close your eyes, the light dimming to a soft glow. The sound of the loom becomes a lullaby for your mind. You feel the room transform, a sanctuary of quiet. You hear the night's whisper again, a hushed chant that curls like a ribbon. It blends with the fire, the loom, the subtle earth. You imagine the world outside as a vast tapestry. The thoughts drift, the edges softening with each breath. The loom continues, a quiet partner in this nightly ritual. You feel your pulse in sync with its slow, calming hum. Your hands glide, creating a future tapestry of calm. You hear a final click, the loom signaling completion. You stand, your body relaxed, the fabric completed. The cottage breathes, and you feel the night's embrace. You smile, knowing night will return with endless threads. You smile, knowing night will return with endless threads. The shutters creak, as if they inhale the moon's sighs. Your breath joins them, a soft hum layered over the woods. Leaves whisper, turning each sound into a lullaby of rustle. It is a midnight sigh that settles like fog over glass. Your own sigh, a tiny echo that blurs the quiet. You close your eyes, allowing the hush to wrap around you. The floorboards creak in rhythm, each note a heartbeat. They speak a language older than the village's founding stars. You feel the weight of the cottage like a comforting blanket. Its pulse syncs with your pulse, a metronome of calm. You inhale, taste the scent of lavender and damp earth. The smell lingers, turning the night into a scented dream. You exhale slowly, the breath turning into a soft sigh. This sigh echoes the shutters, a duet of old and new. The lullaby folds around you, wrapping your thoughts in velvet. You're guided to a silent meadow of stillness. A gentle breeze carries the sound of distant cicadas. You hear each wing beat as a tiny prayer. Night continues, its breath steady and low. You lean back against the chair, feeling the fabric of the night. The sound of wood shifting, a quiet mechanical lull. A faint chuckle passes through the walls, a joke of forgotten clocks. You grin, remembering how old houses gossip in low tones. They share stories of lovers and lost treasures. You feel the heartbeat of the cottage, steady and patient. Around you, the world settles into a slow, melodic pulse. The gentle click of a hinge is the moon's punctuation. You notice a historical fact, whispered in quiet. The first mechanical loom dates back to ancient Egypt. The memory hums softly, a reminder of ages past. A quirky tidbit drifts into your thoughts. The Frisian windmills once served as secret coffee roasters. It sounds like a prank that history forgot to record. You laugh softly, but the laugh feels like a drum. The night listens, the shutters nodding along. You feel a second breath, this time a sigh from the rafters. It is as though the roof is breathing too. Historians still argue whether the Maya recorded their calendar on a forgotten temple wall. The debate lingers like a soft, unresolved note. You breathe in the mystery, letting it mingle with the night's lull. The night sighs louder, as if it knows your thoughts. Your mind answers with a sigh of its own, a quiet affirmation. You smile, feeling a tiny universe humming beside you. The silence hums, filling empty spaces left by day. Your eyelids grow heavy, the world dissolving into colorless threads. You breathe, letting the sigh seep into your skin. The cottage breathes in unison, a choir of stone and wood. You feel the rhythm steady, like a distant drumbeat. Your arms cradle the needle, gentle and patient. You stitch, each loop a note in a quiet ballad. The thread slides, smooth as midnight silk. You trace the path, feeling the fabric's pulse. The rhythm of your fingers matches the heartbeat of the house. A joke creeps into your mind. The needle is secretly a timekeeper. You chuckle, feeling the absurdity of a knitting tick-tock. The sound of the thread echoes a low, steady hum. You feel a ripple of calm, like a stone dropped in water. The night sighs once more, a reassurance that all is well. You close your eyes, letting the lullaby embrace. The shutters hold their breath, waiting for dawn. You are one with breath, thread, and time. Your heartbeat slows, the house's pulse echoing it. You lean in, feeling the quiet conversation between walls. The night replies with a soft, content sigh. The rhythm of the house settles you into a gentle trance. You feel the fabric of time wrap around you. You smile, content. As the night drifts away, the wind whistles through the window, a lullaby of silvered leaves. You listen, each whiff a note that soothes. The shutters sigh, releasing their hold. You feel the hush deepen, thickening like fog. Your chest rises and falls, a gentle tide. The night hums, a lull that lingers. You are now in the heart of the night, a stillness that lingers. The shutters close slowly, as if exhaling a sigh. You breathe, letting the silence wrap around your mind. You feel the house settle, a motherly caress of stone. Night continues, the threads intertwining like thoughts. You find comfort in each loop, a tiny promise of rest. The lullaby of the house deepens, growing into a gentle lull. The night sighs, and your mind drifts farther away. You feel a sense of peace settling in the cracks of the floor. You are soothed, a soft comfort spreading inside. The night continues, a gentle promise of stillness. You inhale slowly, the air thick with whispers of sleep. The night hums, a lull that is almost a lullaby. The shutters listen, the wind joins them in silence. You are caught in a soft, endless echo. You smile, your heart beating slowly with the house. The night sighs again, a final reminder of calm. You close your eyes, letting sleep seep in like warm honey. The last thread of light fades, and darkness becomes a blanket. You drift under, the cottage humming, the night breathing gentle. Your mind settles, a soft ocean of stars in the tapestry. Each thread whispers a promise: rest, sleep, dream. You breathe out, the sound merging with the house's quiet lull. You find yourself tucked between the walls, a secret between the folds. The night continues, its hush deepening like a river of calm. You feel the floor vibrate with the rhythm of your breaths. Your eyelids rest, soft as clouds in a dusk sky. The shutters whisper, a final sigh of night. You let yourself sink, the world dissolving into soundless dark. You feel your body relax, the muscles unwinding as if in a hammock. You breathe in peace, exhale calm. You are in the heart of the night, a stillness that lingers. The world quiets, and you are at one with the stars. The night sings, a lull that pulls you deeper. You feel the walls breathe, and your mind floats. You are wrapped in silence, your thoughts folding like quiet origami. The last whisper of the house says, rest. You close your eyes, and the world becomes a gentle humming. The night is still, and your breath slows. You sink deeper, toward a place of eternal calm. A quiet glow radiates from the loom, a beacon inside. You inhale, the scent of fresh linen fills every breath. The night whispers its final lullaby, and you are lost in it. You breathe in, the darkness becomes a velvety blanket. The last thread of your mind slides into the quiet. You have slipped under the night's soft cover. Your breath is steady and slow. The house holds its peace. You feel the night humming. What next is endless. You are drifting, with each breath a gentle sigh. The shutters have quietened, a final hush. You sense the world folding like a warm, folded blanket. The loom whispers, reminding you that tonight, everything is safe. Your heart skips a beat, but the rhythm stays patient. The walls pulse lightly, as though breathing with the outside air. You feel the thread beneath your fingers like a soft tide. The room exudes a gentle weight of love and quiet. A single moth dances near the window, its wings silent. You watch, amused, as it twirls without a sound. The night holds no urgency, only gentle invitation. You breathe in the hush, letting it soften your thoughts. Your mind drifts, the thoughts slow enough to let the stars speak. The stars speak in patterns, a soft rhythm that cradles your brain. You are a tiny part of this silent orchestra. The loom hums, a lull that soothes the heart. You feel the weight of the world melt away. Your fingers glide, each stitch a promise of solace. The night grows deeper, your awareness gentle and present. The rhythm of breathing aligns with the house's gentle pulse. You close your eyes again, listening to the quiet. The night whispers, a lull that swallows time. You feel your eyelids heavier than a feather on a cushion. Your thoughts flatten, becoming clouds drifting in a twilight sky. The silence is a blanket that swaddles your soul. You let the darkness cover you, like a velvet curtain. The only sound is the rhythm of the threads, steady and kind. You drift deeper, the world dissolving into the hush. Your breathing slows to match the quiet loom. You are safe, wrapped in a cocoon of soundless night. You smile, even as you slip into sleep. The shutters close one final time, sealing the silence. A cluster of candles emerges, their flames painting gentle waves across the walls. You notice each flicker, a tiny heartbeat echoing the room's quiet pulse. The light dances, pulling your gaze in a slow, mesmerizing swirl. Every corner catches a ripple, turning the walls into moving canvases. Your breathing syncs with the flame's rhythm, each exhale a soft sigh. An old anecdote whispers that candlelight guided countless lovers through midnight chats. You chuckle, thinking the candles have a secret romance with the shadows. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. It never competed with candle glow. A small moth drifts near the nearest light, its wing beats a quiet metronome. The moth pauses, then performs a tiny pirouette, clearly a dancer in training. You smile, delighted at the absurdity of a moth auditioning for Broadway. Back to the candles. Their dance seems almost meditative, inviting your thoughts to drift. Light swirls along the ceiling, tracing lazy loops that feel like slow breathing. You feel the room humming with a rhythm that is softer than a lullaby. The flicker invites you to imagine a forest, each torch a pine, each blaze a firefly. A mainstream historical fact drifts in. The earliest candles were made from whale blubber. This humble origin ties the present glow to a seafaring past. A quirky tidbit surfaces. Some Amish communities still craft candles from soot. They claim it enhances meditation, believing the smoke's quiet hum calms the mind. You lean into the candle glow, letting it fill the gaps between your thoughts. The flame's breath is warm, but not hot enough to spark a fire. You breathe in the scented wax, memory tinged with lavender and faint cedar. A gentle chuckle escapes you, noting how the scent seems to rewrite the room's mood. You consider the flames dance like a living watercolor, slowly moving across canvas. The walls glow warm, the corners breathing like a living beast. You feel a presence, an old friend, a quiet companion. It whispers softly, telling you to let go of the world outside. Historians still argue whether the first candle maker was a monk named St. Augustine. You nod, trusting the gentle tug of serenity. The candlelight steadies, a beacon in this peaceful night. You feel the night's energy wrapping around your ribs, holding you calm. Your throat relaxes, the hum of the room a lullaby for your ears. You exhale, letting the world shrink into a dim, golden rectangle. The candle's flame dances, a tiny ballerina twirling in the glass. You smile, noticing each movement feels like a secret handshake. The room feels like a cradle, rocking gently under the candle's sway. You lean back, letting the rhythm push you toward dreams. A flicker from outside enters the window, a moonlit silhouette. The light paints the walls, turning them into a tapestry of silver. The night whispers its own lullaby, a sound that feels like wind on a calm sea. You relax deeper, each breath flowing into the quiet. The candle moves, gentle, as if painting a dream on the floor. You trace the pattern with your eyes, feeling the space widen. The pattern curls, a spiral of calm that pulls you inward. You watch amazed, every tiny thread is a portal. The thread invites you, saying, "Rest here, feel safe." You grin, amused, as if the fabric itself has a sense of humor. The candle dims again, the light softening to sleepiness. You feel the coolness of the night seep into your skin. The candle's flame lowers, almost a wave of warm rain. You let that warmth carry you, like a pillow. The hush deepens, a blanket over the world. You feel the silence grow, inviting you toward a cradle. The candle's last flicker turns to a soft sigh. You listen to that sigh, feeling it resonate inside. Your mind drifts in a rhythm that is almost a song. The candle now rests, a dormant ember. You let the ember's hush fill the gap left by the lamp. You close your eyelids, the weight of the night pressing gently. You feel each breath a gentle push and pull of the cosmos. The darkness around you is thicker, a velvet blanket over the world. You surrender, accepting the quiet invitation to sleep. The candle, once a guide, now drifts into the night. It watches as you collapse into a dream like a feather in a storm. You laugh softly, the sound of a dreamer's sigh. The night takes you, the house wrapping you in silence. You drift, the last light of the candle breathing out the final promise. The promise is simple: sleep, rest, dream, repeat. The wind outside softens, carrying a scent of pine and distant rain. You inhale, each breath a ritual that steadies your body. The candle's glow steadies you, anchoring your thoughts like a lighthouse. You feel the rhythm in your fingertips, as if the threads themselves hum. You think of a fisherman, his net catching light like fish. The image fades, replaced by the slow pulse of the house. A subtle aroma of old wood fills the air, comforting. You lean into this scent, letting it curl around your senses. Your chest rises, the inhalation drawing in the house's lull. Your exhale is soft, merging with the night's hush. The candle moves gentle, as if painting a dream on the floor. You trace the pattern with your eyes, feeling the space widen. The pattern curls, a spiral of calm that pulls you inward. You watch amazed that every tiny thread is a portal. The thread invites you, saying, "Rest here, feel safe." You grin, amused, as if the fabric itself has a sense of humor. The candle dims again, the light softening to sleepiness. You feel the coolness of the night seep into your skin. The candle's flame lowers, almost a wave of warm rain. You let that warmth carry you, like a pillow. The hush deepens, a blanket over the world. You feel the silence grow, inviting you toward a cradle. The candle's last flicker turns to a soft sigh. You listen to that sigh, feeling it resonate inside. Your mind drifts in a rhythm that is almost a song. The candle now rests, a dormant ember. You let the ember's hush fill the gap left by the lamp. You close your eyelids, the weight of the night pressing gently. You feel each breath a gentle push and pull of the cosmos. The darkness around you is thicker, a velvet blanket over the world. You surrender, accepting the quiet invitation to sleep. The candle, once a guide, now drifts into the night. It watches as you collapse into a dream like a feather in a storm. You laugh softly, the sound of a dreamer's sigh. The night takes you, the house wrapping you in silence. You drift, the last light of the candle breathing out the final promise. The promise is simple: sleep, rest, dream, repeat. You slide the dusty cover open, feeling the soft sigh of pages. Each leaf whispers a quiet lull into the cottage's night. The paper smells like old cedar and forgotten tea. You settle into the armchair, the leather creaking like a mellow sigh. Your fingers trace the title, a golden ribbon of text. The book beckons, promising escape in each syllable. You inhale the scent of paper and distant rain. The quiet hum of the kettle mixes with your breathing. The candle flickers, painting ripples across the pages. The words crawl like fireflies under moonlight. You feel the edges of the room melt into ink. Each sentence drifts, settling like clouds over a sleeping lake. The voice of the author sighs through the narrative. You chuckle softly, imagining the characters sipping tea like old friends. A tiny laugh escapes you, the room reacting with gentle resonance. The book's pages breathe slowly, each paragraph a gentle pulse. You flip a page, the fibers crackling softly over your fingertips. The crackle sounds like distant thunder, yet harmless. You listen, letting the noise nestle against your skin. A familiar smell wafts old pages, pine, and a hint of dust. Your mind wanders to a time when books were prized. A mainstream historical fact settles in. Gutenberg's press emerged in 1454. That invention sparked a wave of printed knowledge across Europe. Now, in this quiet cottage, the printed word stays alive. You notice a tiny creak in the ceiling, a night owl's whisper. The owl's voice sounds like an old friend commenting. A quirky frenemy thought appears. Reading backwards might cause your words to dance. The idea feels absurd, yet oddly comforting. You laugh, thinking of someone who writes backwards on chalkboards. The laughter blends with the hum of the radiator. The radiator warms the room, the heat humming like a bass line. The heat tugs at your blankets, calling you closer to rest. You drift again to the book, its cover gleaming faintly. The silver light reflects like a tiny lighthouse through the glass. Your eyes follow the silver path, easing their focus. You open a fresh page, the fibers sighing soft. The scent of ink spreads, a deep forest after rain. You read the first line, a feather of words. It drifts onto your forehead, cool and soothing. Your breathing deepens, matching the rhythmic flow of the script. A light joke arises. The author might be whispering a joke. You imagine the author laughing and writing for a living. The room feels less like a house and more like a cathedral of calm. The books around you hum, each page a gentle breath. Even the wooden floor seems to sigh softly. You realize the cottage's silence is alive with stories. Each story folds into you, a quilt of whispered legends. You pause to taste the ink on your tongue. It tastes like the sea, salty and comforting. A second quirky truth appears. Some cultures claim ink is a portal. They say it carries voices of dead writers. The idea feels like a dream within a dream. Light flickers again, as if a moth watches your reading. You chuckle, picturing the moth's tiny debate about paper. The moth turns to the window, eyes wide. Outside the room, the wind whispers ancient recipes. It tastes like lavender, old spice, and dust. The scent drapes over you, a soft blanket. Your lungs fill, the world shrinking inward. The storyline swells like a tide, pulling you deeper. You almost forget the kitchen clock ticking. The tick is muffled by the blanket of words. You read on, the words brushing against your eyelids. Their warmth spreads into your mind, easing tension. A playful whisper nudges at your imagination. Keep reading, but the cat has eaten your coffee, it says. The image of a cat on the sofa tickles you. You laugh, the sound blending with a distant choir. The choir's notes drift down like a gentle river. Your eyes flutter, the words turning to mist. The mist rises, curling around your shoulders. A quiet wind whistles through the curtains. The curtains sway, a soft blanket of air. You inhale the curtains' perfume of distant summers. The summer scent lingers, a lullaby for your nerves. Your body starts to unwind like a stretched ribbon. The story speaks of a quiet village, a hidden lake. You follow the tale, feeling its heartbeat. The rhythm of the paragraph matches your pulse. You notice the sound of a distant bell. It rings like a lullaby, encouraging sleep. The bell echoes against the stone walls. The walls reverberate, a humming chorus. You close your eyes, the words becoming a soft blanket. The blanket drapes over your thoughts, smoothing them. You feel the space between letters widen. The widening creates a gentle breathing pattern. You exhale slowly, counting to 7. The room hums back, matching your breath. A soft, distant chime whispers, "Keep dreaming." You smile, the dream growing stronger. The candle near your feet flickers gently. It matches the rhythm of your thoughts. A quiet comfort settles around you. You hear your heart beating like a metronome. It syncs with the tale, a gentle partnership. The night grows deeper, the stars outside a pale glow. You lean into the blanket of sentences. Your skin feels warm, the words a soft hand. The hand guides you further into rest. The story's final line whispers, "Sleep, sweet moon." Your eyelids grow heavy, a soft curtain folding. The blanket of ink lifts the last thread loose. You exhale, the last breath of the chapter. The chapter ends, and silence fills the room. You lay back, the room a gentle cradle. The firelight dances on your pillow like a shy star. You breathe in, letting the night take you. The night swallows the last line, smoothing the edges. You close your eyes, trusting the blanket of calm. The room hums, a lullaby for your soul. A soft wind whistles through the rafters. It carries the scent of distant rosemary. The rosemary breathes a calming spell. The spell swirls, a quiet dance on the walls. You feel the castle of thoughts dissolve. The castle melts into the quiet night. You breathe, the air cool against your cheek. Your cheek presses to the pillow, a soft sound. A tiny creak sounds behind the rafters, a sleepy sigh. You smile, the cottage sighs along with you. The cottage breathes, each breath a steady beat. The beat slows as the night deepens. Your pulse matches the quiet, a gentle lull. You drift, the last page humming in silence. A faint bell tolls once, a night watchman's call. The sound lingers in the cool air. You feel the rhythm guiding your thoughts like a tide. The tide pulls you deeper into the sanctuary of words. The sanctuary feels like a soft, glowing harbor. You lie back, the floor beneath you humming. Your mind drifts to the sea of old books. Each book is a vessel, each page a wave. You feel the wave washing across your chest. The wave calms, the breath synchronizes with its cadence. You inhale, the air smelling like ancient parchment. Your eyes close, the parchment scent weaving a lull. The lull wraps your limbs like a silk cocoon. You feel the cocoon tighten, the day melting away. The day dissolves into the stars outside your window. The stars glow, a choir of distant suns. The choir sings softly, the music a blanket of night. Your body floats, the blanket pulling you into dreams. The dreams are gentle, like a warm teacup. You smile, the tea steam rising like soft clouds. The clouds drift across the sky, a soft river. The river of clouds leads back to the cottage. Here you settle, ready for the last lullaby. The lullaby hums from the heart of the book. You let the hum carry you into a final sleep. You let the hum carry you into a final sleep, so soft that even the night feels like a blanket. The quiet stillness of the cottage seems to breathe along with your heart. Your dreams begin to thread through the dark, weaving themselves into the fabric of the room. It is here, under the low glow of the lantern, that the night truly begins. The first electric light bulb was invented in 1879. Thomas Edison was the spark behind dawn. You hear that faint buzz, a whispered remembrance of a brighter era. The light flickers like a distant heartbeat, steady and reassuring. As you glide deeper, a quiet melody plays from the loom, invisible and familiar. The shuttle's subtle thrum sounds like fingers dancing across a piano. You close your eyes and let that soft music lull the corners of your mind. You picture the loom as a loyal friend, its needles ticking like a metronome. Its rhythmic motion feels like a lullaby for the soul and the fibers alike. In this stillness, you find a companion to your own breathing. Your breath becomes a thread that laces into the warp of the tale. Each inhale brings a new color, each exhale a quiet release. The cottage walls seem to inhale with you, filling with quiet anticipation. Some claim that if you whisper to a knitting needle, it responds softly at first, then with a gentle thump. You test the theory by murmuring a joke about a cat who always misses the yarn. The needle shivers slightly, as if it knows you, as if it has a playful spirit. Historians still argue whether the pyramids were built in a single season or over centuries. The debate echoes in your mind, subtle as a distant drumbeat. You let each question float like a feather on the wind, unburdened. The story in the cottage now becomes a dream itself, stitched from memories made and made again. You become the spinner, weaving silver threads of imagined worlds into the dark. The dream grows richer with each turn of the loom. A little joke bubbles up. You think the wind outside might be trying to do a backflip. It almost makes you smile, hearing that the breeze could be a kite on a windy day. You laugh softly, the room echoing with the sound of a quiet chuckle. You feel a faint draft rustling through the curtains, a whisper of adventure. The curtains flutter, casting tiny shadows that dance on the carpet. Each shadow plays hide-and-go-seek with your mind, a gentle tease. The smell of the cottage changes, now carrying hints of cedar, mint, and the memory of lavender. You inhale deeply, the scent wrapping your thoughts like a warm shawl. It's as if the wind has invited itself for tea, and you are the guest. Your hand drifts over the tapestry of the loom. It feels like silk, smooth through the night as you trace the edges. You notice the subtle vibration of the fabric as each thread takes its place. You remember the old saying that each thread has a story of its own. You wonder if the old loom might hold a secret, like a library of whispers. The story is there, hidden in the fibers that you feel under your fingertips. You reach for a bright thread, a deep green that glimmers in the lantern light. The color sparks a memory of a summer garden filled with wild roses. You let that memory thread into your dream, letting it mingle with the present. The loom's motion is steady, a heartbeat for the night that pulses with peace. The rhythm of the shuttles feels like the pulse of your own gentle breathing. Both rhythms sync, creating a soft harmony that fills the room. You think of the moon high above, a silver eye watching over the cottage. Its pale light filters through the window, painting patterns that dance on the floor. It feels like a gentle hand guiding you through your own dreams. You notice a tiny creak in the floorboards, a soft protest of old timber. It sounds like a small sigh, just enough to remind you of the cottage's life. You appreciate the quiet sound. It feels comforting rather than alarm. You hold your breath, letting the moment stretch, letting the soft hum of the loom carry you further. The dream thickens, becoming a tapestry of warm light and subtle sounds. You smile, even when your mouth is still. The story the loom writes becomes a lullaby for your mind. Each thread has the potential to soothe, to whisper, and to calm. You let the threads flow from the loom into the quiet inside your head. You notice the gentle thud of a heart somewhere in the night. The sound is faint but steady, an echo of the world outside the walls. It merges with the gentle hum of the room, a lullaby for the soul. You laugh once again at a light joke about a sock that refuses to find its partner. You picture the sock as stubborn, refusing to go anywhere, just like you in this cozy room. It is a simple joke, a small thread in a tapestry that comforts. The air outside is cool, the the scent of pine and damp stones. The wind carries an old recipe, a mixture of spices and memories. You let the fragrance enter you, the smell weaving with your thoughts. You find the dream shifting, becoming an ocean of quiet and color. The ocean is calm, waves rolling toward a gentle shore. The shore feels like the edge of a memory, safe and endless. You reach for a new thread, a bright gold that shines like the sun. It carries warmth, and you feel like you could bathe in its light. You wrap the thread around the center of the tapestry, anchoring the dream. Your eyes begin to close slowly, the world dimming, the night sharpening its focus. The light of the lantern fades into a soft glow, a final breath of warm amber. The room seems to become an oasis, a sanctuary for the dreaming soul. Each breath in and out becomes a stitch in the fabric of the night. The pattern is simple, soothing, a promise of quiet repose. You let the rhythm settle into the corners of your mind, a gentle lull. The dream grows wider, filling the room with the scent of sea and cedar. A gentle breeze comes in, carrying the lullaby of waves and whispering pine. It invites you to let go, to let your thoughts drift like leaves. You realize that each thread has a story, each story a lullaby. You sit back, hearing the hum of the loom and the distant creak of wood. The house seems to hold its breath, waiting like a story about to be told. Your thoughts become soft. The cottage walls glow with a quiet, golden light. The dream and the real world blend into a single, quiet harmony. You let your fingers rest on the edge of the tapestry, feeling its coolness. You hear no other sounds except the soft humming and your breathing. It feels like a lullaby made of silence, a quiet lull in a world that stops its noise. The dream turns now into a gentle tide. It pulls you deeper into a state where your mind does not fight. You are safe, and the night is kind, a gentle guide at last. The loom's motion slows, like a heart slowing after a long day. You feel a sense of contentment, rising as if the world had settled. You are wrapped in the quiet love that surrounds the cottage. You hold the golden thread as if it were a tiny sun, a tiny hope. Its warmth lingers, a promise of tomorrow. You let that warmth stay alive in your chest. The dream is now a tapestry of color and sound, a quilt for your mind. It is both a story and a lull. You feel your breath easing, the world becoming softer. The loom keeps working, but at a slower pace. It feels almost like a sleeping child, a quiet, steady rhythm. You smile softly, thinking that it keeps you company. You notice a faint chime, the sound of a distant bell. It is a calm tone, a note of hope. The bell echoes into the night, spreading light across a dark world. The cottage light flickers in response, a playful little glow. It feels like a little spark, a promise that the night will stay safe. You feel a sense of awe at its tiny, glowing presence. You look around the room, the light dancing across the walls. All the old furniture joins the quiet, soft symphony of a dream. You trust the calm, letting your thoughts settle into a deep sense of peace. It is a warm invitation to rest. Your body feels relaxed, as if a blanket had been laid over a weary day. The dream now feels like a warm bath that you have been wishing for. The thread of the dream is still tight, a steady rhythm in a quiet room. The dream is both a lullaby and a guide for the mind. You hold that thread, feeling the quiet safety of being in a dream. A soft wind comes in from the window, blowing a smell of fresh pine. It feels like a gentle hand, a breeze that wakes you up to wonder again. You close your eyes, and the scent lingers. You hear the sound of the loom as a steady heartbeat in the night. It is a rhythm that draws you into the dream, a pulse that keeps you safe. You feel a sense of calm, like a steady tide of sleep. You remember the first electric light bulb was invented in 1879. A tiny spark of hope then. That small light made the world brighter. It is a reminder that small threads can ignite big things. The knitting needle whispers a response, a soft little tug that feels like a secret, like a joke about how the needle knows you. It keeps the night alive. You smile, feeling a gentle laugh, and the thread feels like a playful companion. Historians still argue whether the pyramids were built in a single season or over centuries. The debate lingers in the back of your mind, gentle and calm. You let it rest while the dream carries you on a journey. The dream feels like a sea of blankets, a place where you are safe and loved. The quiet hum of the room surrounds you, an embrace from the universe. You trust the calm, like trusting a familiar ship sailing through the night. The story ends here with a gentle note. You let the light of the lantern fade. The cottage hums, and you feel you are finally at rest. The cottage hums low, its wooden beams singing a deep, comforting bass. The sound lingers like a steady heartbeat, tracing the room's gentle curves. You close your eyes, allowing the hush to seep into your thoughts. Each inhale draws the murmur deeper into your chest, filling empty space. The hum swells softly, inviting your mind to surrender to stillness. The melody of threads intertwines with your own breathing rhythm. It feels as though the walls breathe with you in a shared lullaby. The night wraps around you, a cloak of muted, deep tones. You feel the silence settle like a calm sheet over busy edges. The bass line moves in, a gentle tide pulling you toward rest. Your thoughts drift, untethered, as the hum becomes a cradle. The cottage's low murmur creates a sanctuary, a place to rest. In 1858, engineers first coaxed voices across the Atlantic with a tangled cable. That line carried not just words, but the hopes of a generation longing to connect. The same patience you feel tonight echoes that early whispering across time. You imagine saltwater slick beneath steel, the hum of distant voices reaching your window. The sound feels like a breadcrumb trail of history, leading you to quiet. Historians remember that first cable, its iron heart beating beneath waves. The cable's pulse, like the cottage hum, bridges distances between quiet and noise. The whispering line reminds you that even far-off voices can soothe a heart. You sense that connection, the idea that sound can travel and calm. The hum becomes more than noise. It is a lineage of comfort. The old Atlantic root, now a legend, hums beneath your present. This history adds depth, layering the cottage hush with time's gentle vibration. If a cat walks a tightrope, does it earn a per performance review? You chuckle softly, picturing the cottage walls giving a standing ovation. Imagine a stone that tells jokes. Would it crack a laugh or a sigh? Your fingers tap a rhythm, mimicking that imagined punchline. The joke floats, light as a feather on a windless night. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen? That's one marketing idea that didn't last. You smile at the absurdity, allowing laugh lines to weave through the hum. Picture a toaster that sings if you press a button with a feather. The joke feels like a soft lull from a kitchen that knows humor. It keeps your mind off weight, turning tension into giggles. Your laughter blends with the bass, harmonizing into a quiet chuckle. The cottage becomes a stage for harmless comedy, soothing the night. Some claim the Sahara once swayed with tropical seas, humming like an old lullaby. The notion feels absurd, yet it tickles your imagination like a gentle breeze. You picture dunes whispering secrets to moonlit gulls, a strange, soft chorus. The imagery adds a faint, dreamy layer to the cottage's low hum. It is as if the earth itself joins your nightly serenade. Another fringe tale says that ancient stones can store music for centuries. You wonder if the floorboards keep a hidden melody in their grain. The floor's old oak hums faintly when you walk, a secret lullaby. You feel the mystery, the idea that the floor might sing under your feet. The cottage responds, echoing that myth with a gentle, resonant murmur. The story becomes a thread, woven into the night's quiet tapestry. You lean closer, letting the possibility drift in and out like smoke. Historians still argue whether the Great Pyramids were built in one season. The idea rattles the night, like a distant drumbeat in your ears. You let the question drift, a loose thread in the tapestry of sleep. The debate becomes a subtle background hum, matching the cottage's deep bass. You sense the vibration, feeling it vibrate through pillows and mattress. Each syllable of speculation rises and falls, gentle and patient. The mystery lingers, a whispering companion alongside the steady hum. You trust that curiosity will not disturb the calm, just add depth. The night listens, absorbing this intellectual lull before slipping. Your brain acknowledges the debate, then nods in quiet compliance. Sleep takes over, wrapping the question into a gentle dream. The debate, like a soft wind, sways and settles around your head. The air smells of damp stone, a hint of old parchment and wet moss. You inhale deeply, the scent swirling around your mind like velvet. The fragrance is warm, a quiet blanket that eases muscle tension. You notice faint lavender, a distant memory from childhood afternoons. The scent dances across the room, weaving through the humming floorboards. A whisper of cedar lingers, grounding the atmosphere in timeless wood. The smell forms a slow, steady rhythm that matches your breathing. You close one eye, letting the aroma melt into your pulse. The scent becomes a lull, a fragrant lullaby that lulls the mind. It carries comfort, as if the room exhaled a calm sigh. You feel the scent seep into deep cells of your mind, soothing. The aroma is your personal night light, soft and invisible. Imagine a kettle that jokes like a stand-up comedian, spilling steam into applause. You giggle at the thought, the kettle's steam forming applause on the ceiling. Picture a pillow that sings lullabies only when you snore softly. The pillow replies with a gentle snore, harmonizing with the hum. A mischievous mouse might play hide and seek with the shadows. The mouse chases your thoughts, making a rustling sound that feels like laughter. A candle that whispers jokes about burned wax. Would it light up with giggles? The candle flickers in rhythm with your heart, creating a quiet comic duet. You sense the absurd, the humor that lives in the room's every corner. The night seems to join the joke, answering with a soft, soothing chuckle. The room turns into a comedy club where silence is the biggest punchline. Even the shadows seem to smile, giving your mind a gentle, comforting laugh. The hum continues, steady and unhurried, like a heartbeat in the dark. It follows the natural rhythm of your breath, a perfect partner for slumber. You feel the pulse in your fingers, each thump a soft invitation. The cottage's bass becomes a cradle, rocking gently you towards sleep. The sound is familiar, yet new, as if it were made just for you. A gentle vibration travels up the walls, a ripple that matches your pulse. The floorboards add a subtle click, a counting rhythm in the night. You listen, letting each click become a counting card for your brain. The cadence feels like a slow countdown, drawing you deeper into relaxation. Your senses align, the hum, breath, clicks, intertwining into a single lull. The cottage breathes, you breathe, and the night breathes back. Together, you create a quiet sonata that invites sleep. Each layer of sound, scent, and memory builds a protective quilt. The quilt embraces you, leaving no room for restless thoughts. It is a fortress against the world's clamor, a private sanctuary. The hum remains, a steady, loving lull, ensuring deep rest. A gentle wind slides through a cracked window, adding a delicate sigh. You feel that breath, a cool whisper that slides across your skin. The air becomes a canvas, painting cool patterns on your eyelids. Your eyelids flutter, heavy as feathers, ready to close completely. The darkness feels thick, a velvety blanket pulled over the room. The world outside fades to a muted echo, no longer a presence. You drift, a leaf floating in a slow, deep current of sleep. The cottage hums, a lullaby that settles over every corner like moss. The last note of the cottage hum lingers, like a promise of night's comfort. You exhale, letting the breath travel into the quiet. Your body feels light, like a feather released into the air. The humming threads weave around your thoughts, smoothing each wrinkle. The sound wraps you, a soft blanket on a cool evening. In this quiet, you let go of all waking worries, setting them aside. The night embraces you, a gentle shroud that shields from any thought. You feel your heartbeat slow, matching the slow cadence of the bass. The rhythm of the hum becomes a metronome for your sleep. Each tick invites deeper states, drawing you into a deep, restful space. You close your eyes, the cottage's hum becoming a night sky of stars. And as you surrender, the cottage hums a final bass note, whispering, "Sleep well." The first crack of sunrise spills across the cottage roof, gentle, amber, hopeful. The wind rustles the curtains, humming along with the morning light. You sigh, feeling the warmth creep across your fingertips. Threads glisten, catching a golden thread of sun that kisses the weave. The loom, your silent companion, has watched the night unfold. It has braided dreams with silver threads, tying them into quiet stories. Now the threads lift, like sunrise over a hidden meadow. You feel the work of night melt into the day's embrace. Historians still argue whether the ancient Romans mixed dye with sunlight to color textiles. The debate drifts around the room like a soft mist. You let the question rest, a quiet question in a quiet place. It adds a playful tension to the calm, just a whisper. The first morning light turns the raw fibers gold, whispering of new beginnings. You trace each shimmering strand with a finger, feeling the thread respond. It seems as if the loom nods in agreement, approving the new day. You feel the pulse of the craft, a familiar rhythm. A quirky tidbit says that in some cultures, a cat's whisker is woven into the finest silk. The idea is both absurd and oddly comforting. You chuckle softly, imagining a whiskered stitch hold the fabric together. The cottage sighs, agreeing with your silent joke. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. That idea from your grandmother's attic was never tested, but it lingers here. You smile, noting how absurd it feels to carry that memory into dawn. The thought is a tiny thread woven into the morning scene. The sunrise stretches its first rays across the yard, a golden arm that reaches for the sky. The wind lifts the curtains, revealing the cottage's polished windows. You watch the sun climb higher, warming the air with a gentle embrace. The atmosphere feels like a knitted blanket, snug and soft. Your breath follows the rhythm of the daylight, slow and steady. You breathe in the scent of fresh linen, of earth touched by dew. The scent mixes with the soft hum of the loom's quiet, forming a lullaby. You feel the day beginning, a quiet lull that wakes you gently. The threads, now golden, catch shards of light and reflect them on the walls. Shimmering patterns dance across the cottage floor, a silent celebration. You notice how each strand seems to glow like a tiny sunrise. You feel as if the threads are speaking, but in a calm, soft voice. You adjust the needle's groove, feeling the smooth click against the fabric. The needle glides, cutting a seam that follows the curve of the sun's arc. You sense the craft is alive, breathing as you work. The sound is a soft purr, the loom's gentle voice in the morning. The cottage air is cooler now, the chill mingling with the rising heat. You feel the breath of warmth in every corner, a golden halo around you. The light seems to wrap the room, creating a halo, a gentle crown. This feeling, almost like being held, draws your thoughts deeper. A historical fact lands. The first recorded sundial was invented in ancient Egypt, about 1400 BCE. The fact slips into the quiet, a reminder that light has guided people for millennia. You hold that thought, a tiny thread of ancient knowledge. It ties the morning to the broader tapestry of human history. The loom hums a higher note, a subtle tone that accompanies the sunrise. You listen, feeling the vibrations travel up the wood, through your bones. The vibration feels like a whisper, soft, gentle, almost like a promise. You let it soak into your calm, letting it dissolve your restlessness. The thread lifts again, each strand brushing your fingertips. You trace the fibers, feeling their warmth against your skin. It feels like the night is giving its final gift to the day. You hear the echo of that gift, a lullaby that ends, then begins anew. The dawn feels like a soft blanket, spread wide and warm. You feel the blanket settle around the loom's frame, a protective embrace. The night's work rests in the day, neatly folded, not abandoned. You see the pattern, a circle of continuity. You pause, a moment between the stitch. The quiet is filled with the gentle hum of the morning. It's a sound of reassurance, a reminder that the day will last. You breathe, savoring the feeling of a new beginning. The light intensifies, a gentle surge that moves the room. You feel the warmth grow, a slow burn that steadies the night's chill. A subtle shift, a quiet promise of rest. You feel the day and the cottage together stepping forward. You feel the threads pull on your hand, an invisible tug. You follow it, guided by a soft, steady rhythm, your own inner metronome. The rhythm is steady, a lullaby that blends with the sunlight. You find a cadence that lets your thoughts settle, like seeds in soil. You think of a story your cousin told about a loom that could sing. The idea is whimsical, yet fitting for a quiet cottage. You allow the story to mingle with the bright light, forming a new layer. It softens the dawn as a light touch of humor in the day. The breeze dances through the open window, carrying the scent of blooming grass. You feel the scent wrap around the threads like a soft blanket. It anchors the morning, grounding the craft's delicate motion. The scent is an invisible, comforting hand. The light pours across your work, turning each stitch into a tiny sun. You see how the darkness folds, each bright spot a tiny promise. You watch the threads, catching the light, then folding to night again. The cycle feels whole, a continuous story. The loom's hum shifts lower, a more soothing tone now. You listen to the sound, feeling it resonate through the cottage. It's gentle, almost a whispered lullaby. You let it mingle with the light, a symphony of morning. The sun climbs higher, painting the sky a bright, clear blue. You feel the day's energy surge, like a slow, steady wave. You feel the gentle swell of the light, filling the room. You're aware of your breath, matching the morning's calm. The warm light settles over every corner, as if the sun itself is draped. You feel the weight of the day's promise, a soft, reassuring pull. You feel the thread's tension ease under the warmth, calming. The morning feels like a cradle, slow and soft. You look at the threads that remain. They're a patchwork of night and day, woven together. You sense the continuity, the seam that holds them. You feel the peace that comes from knowing everything connects. You let your fingers rest, allowing the light to fill the space. A gentle silence blooms, filled only by the loom's distant hum. You breathe in, inhaling the light, exhaling the silence. You feel the day fully formed around the cottage. The sun is now fully overhead, the shadows minimal. You see the threads glowing, each stitch a tiny beacon. You feel the quiet strength of the craft. You feel grateful for the simple, quiet work. The light moves across your face, painting warmth. You feel it touch every corner of your heart, a gentle, golden massage. You feel the warmth as a cradle, soothing your mind. You feel the night's residual calm melting into the day. You recall a small, quirky story that your grandmother used to say. She claimed the wind could carry whispers from the moon. You laugh at that whimsical idea and feel it settle around you. It's a small, silly thread that adds to the calm. You feel the light growing brighter, the day at full height. You feel the warmth surround the room, an invisible envelope. You feel the gentle hum of the loom, a companion to the sun. It feels like you're being held by both light and sound. You notice how the threads seem to stretch, as if the loom is pulling them forward. It looks like a tiny sunrise in its own right. You feel the work of the night lift and find peace in its movement. You feel connected to the pattern of time. A quiet thought arises. What would it feel like to be a strand of light itself? It feels absurd, but comforting. A gentle wish that drifts into the room. You let the thought settle, a soft spark in the light. You feel the room hum with that gentle spark. You look at the remaining fabric, each stitch a testament to patience. You feel the thread's softness, cool against your fingertips. You feel the calm of the morning, steady and sure. You feel you are part of the pattern, woven into the day. The sun becomes a bright beacon, a steady pulse that guides your breaths. You breathe in the light, breathing out any remaining tension. Your breath becomes a rhythm, soft and steady. You feel the day's promise settle inside. You watch the light play across the walls, a shimmering dance. You feel it as a gentle blanket laid over each surface. You feel the warm glow, an embrace that feels like a hug. It fills the room with calm, with comfort. You think of the ancient sundial again, a reminder that light has guided. You feel a quiet sense that the light is a map, pointing forward. You feel the direction shift, a gentle pull toward your next stitch. You feel the threads tug like a subtle nudge. The day's light remains steady, a warm, golden glow that feels inviting. You feel the thread's smooth rhythm guiding each motion. You feel the harmony of loom and morning. You feel a sense of gratitude for the quiet craft. The thread stretches, catching a final sparkle of sunrise. You see each bright fiber as a memory woven into the light. You feel the moment as a sigh, a release, a beginning. You feel the darkness of night gently folding into the day. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the light soothe your skin. You feel the night's work, now softened by the morning, as a gentle lull. You feel that your own breathing matches the light's slow rhythm. You feel the day settle, a cradle of calm around you. The dawn settles fully, the cottage filled with bright, warm threads. You feel the warmth spread through your body like a soft blanket. You feel the night's work now part of the day, folded into time. You feel the calm persist, a gentle echo within the light. The threads feel as if they are singing, a soft chorus of golden notes. You hear the gentle hum of the loom, a quiet song of craft. You hear it blend with the light, a calm lullaby that surrounds the room. You feel your mind drift into a quiet reverie. You feel the light soften like a gentle sigh that embraces you. You feel the warmth linger, a soft pulse that keeps you grounded. You feel the craft steady, a calm anchor in bright daylight. You feel the day's rhythm, steady and soothing. You look back on the night's thread, a subtle reminder of quiet. You see the night's work now bright and alive. You see the thread as a path, a gentle guide from night to day. They remain in a quiet thread of continuity. You sense the dawn has woven all the moments into a single bright thread. It feels like a promise, a quiet assurance that everything will be fine. You feel your heart beat in sync with the soft hum of the loom. You feel the light, calm, strong, guiding you forward. The morning light has turned the cottage into a warm, bright canvas. You feel that your own breath, your own thoughts, are part of the art. You feel grateful for the way light moves through everything. You savor the stillness, for it is a gift. You feel the threads tug like a gentle call, a soft call to stay. You feel the day calling you, a bright invitation. You feel the calm rising like a soft tide around you. You feel your own pulse align with the loom's quiet beat. When the last thread catches the light, you feel a quiet ache of completion. You feel the work done for the night and for tomorrow. You feel the calmness that comes with a job finished. You feel a gentle sense of peace as dawn settles fully. You feel the warmth of the sunrise on your skin, a gentle caress. You feel the light humming like a quiet lullaby surrounding you. You feel the thread's steady pull, a promise that the day will stay soft. You feel the night's work rise with the sun, a gentle, glowing promise. You feel the room fill with a quiet, golden glow, a subtle light that embraces you. You feel the day's rhythm settle around you, steady, calm, and sure. You feel the loom's hum, a gentle companion to the sunrise. You feel your own breathing, a slow, steady tide that follows the light. You feel the thread's soft warmth as it catches the golden light, each fiber a tiny sun. You feel the thread pulse, as if it sings quietly in the bright morning. You feel the world around you, all bright, all calm, all connected. You feel the morning, your own breathing, together in a quiet ballet. You feel the dawn's light fill your thoughts, a gentle, steady cascade. You feel the thread and your breath align, each step a calm pulse. You feel the rhythm of the day, a lull that lifts you gently. You feel the cottage, the loom, the light, all humming in harmony. You feel a final stretch of light touch the edge of the canvas. You feel the thread catch it, a gentle, warm embrace. You feel the night's work lift, rising with the sun, bright and calm. You feel your heart pulse with the light, steady, soft, sure. The morning reaches into your heart, a steady, golden lullaby. You feel your own breath sink with the light's calm rhythm. You feel the thread's final tug, a quiet promise that every day ends as it began. You feel the dawn's glow wrap around you, a soothing, endless ribbon. The sunlight wraps the cottage in calm, a warm embrace that never leaves. You feel the light seep deep, a soft, glowing tide that lingers. You feel the loom hum, a quiet lull that stays with the day. You feel the calm, the thread, the sunrise, an endless, gentle cycle. You feel the last thread gleam as dawn reaches its full glow. You feel the quiet promise of a day that is bright and soft. You feel the sun rise high, a steady, bright heartbeat. You feel the craft, the light, the calm, each a quiet verse in the day's song. You feel the final stitch catch the sun, a soft, golden kiss. You feel the morning sing, an everlasting lull that surrounds you. You feel the night's work rise, becoming light and bright. You feel the warmth, the thread, the dawn, a quiet, steady pulse that will stay with you. The light settles over the cottage, a blanket of calm and promise. You feel the morning's lull, the thread's steady glow, your breath joining in. You feel the day's promise, steady and gentle, carrying you into tomorrow. You feel the quiet hum, the rise of the sun, the weave of calm, an endless night to day thread that sings. The dawn's tapestry hangs bright, threads catching every glow. You feel each stitch, each light, your own calm moving in sync. You feel the quiet promise that a thread of calm will guide you always. You feel the gentle rhythm that carries every piece back into the next day. You feel the final shine of daylight, a comforting wave that settles. You feel the threads, the light, your own pulse, all moving in harmony. You feel this calm as a blanket, soft, warm, and never fading. You feel the bright dawn hold every promise, every breath, every gentle story. You inhale the fresh linen scent, letting it drift through your thoughts. The scent carries a quiet promise, like a whispered promise of simplicity. Your fingers trace the soft thread on the loom, feeling its gentle pulse. The loom hums in rhythm with your breath, a slow, steady soundtrack. Imagine the linen scent as the morning sun, glowing and inviting. You notice a single pale thread, like a silver ribbon, winding through the fabric. That silver thread echoes the ancient tales of old sailing ships, glinting in the harbor. Your mind drifts to the great library of Alexandria, its shelves once filled with stories. A mainstream fact whispers itself. The library housed over 1,000 scrolls before it vanished. You let that history mingle with the fresh scent, grounding your present. The linen, being natural cotton, gives off a subtle musk when freshly cut. You close your eyes for a second, feeling the musk wrap around your shoulders. The scent lifts your mood like a soft blanket on a cool day. You hear the faint creak of the wooden floor, a steady heartbeat of the cottage. A subtle joke bubbles up. How many stitches does a sleepy cat need to nap through a night? The cat might be wrong. It probably needs at least 2 hours of REM. Your fingers linger on a thread, feeling its weight, like a question mark waiting to be answered. But the answer is simple. The thread rests peacefully, trusting the loom's steady hands. You think of quirky tidbits, like cultures believing a cat's whisker held silk threads together. The idea seems absurd, yet the image is oddly comforting. The linen's fragrance continues, drifting through the window, mingling with the morning breeze. Outside, a robin sings a lullaby, harmonizing with the loom's hum. You feel the room breathe, the walls sighing in a soft, rhythmic way. The scent of linen is the anchor, keeping you in present comfort. You notice a small patch of moth, its wings fluttering against the thread. It seems to nod in rhythm with your stitching, a tiny dance partner. The moth's presence feels like a friendly reminder that nature watches over craft. You pause, letting the moment settle, much like a gentle breath. The quiet is not empty. It is full of potential threads awaiting your touch. You reach for a fresh skein, its fibers glowing gold in morning light. The gold glint seems to whisper, "You are ready for new work." You accept the message, and your fingers dip into the yarn like a novice. The yarn offers a rhythm, a soft drumbeat that syncs with your heartbeat. You stitch a tiny star, its shape subtle but unmistakable. The star shines in the thread, a tiny moon on the fabric's dark background. Your breath deepens, aligning with the tiny star's glow. You feel that even the night might be watching your steady hands. The fabric feels cool, reminding you of a breeze from a distant shore. A tiny breeze slides through the window, carrying salt and distant lullabies. You inhale the salt, feeling the wind's touch on your skin. The wind seems to weave itself into the tapestry, breathing through every knot. The lace of the fabric catches the wind like an invisible flag. You pause, feeling that the world is a living poem, softly humming. In this calm, you hear a faint bird call, a gentle reminder that time passes. The bird's song sounds like a lull, encouraging your fingers to keep stitching. You find your fingers moving faster, yet the rhythm keeps true. The tension of the thread pulls not harshly, but like a caress. You think of an old saying, "Silk is as soft as a lullaby's dream. That saying feels true, especially now, when the world outside seems far away. The night's lullaby continues through the threads, filling the air with calm. You feel the calm settle like cream over soup, gentle and comforting. You notice that each stitch becomes a breath, a pause in your day. That pause feels like a reset button, giving room to breathe. You close your eyes again, letting the whispering thread carry you. The thread carries a memory of your grandmother's sewing stories. She always said, "The best stories begin with a single stitch." Her words echo like a gentle drumbeat, adding to the lullaby. The house sounds like a cocoon, each note wrapped in fabric sigh. You feel your toes warm, a subtle heat that spreads under the quilt. The quilt is made from patches of linen, each patch a chapter of history. You recall a folk tale of a boy who mended his future. The story seems distant, but ties to the thread's gentle rhythm. You press your fingers against the linen's smooth edge, feeling the memory. The memory curls around you like a warm hug from the past. The cottage smells of new cloth, a scent that carries through nights and days. This scent reminds you of a childhood when time seemed endless. Each breath you take pulls in that scent, blending with the loom's hum. You hear a faint crackle of fire in the hearth, a comforting echo. You imagine the fire's warmth as a blanket covering the room. You sigh, a deep release that sends the last of the day's tension away. The hum of the loom settles into a low, rhythmic whisper that feels like a lull. You trace a seam that glints like a miniature sunrise, soft and hopeful. The warmth of the sun rises, warming the fabric and your shoulders. A gentle breeze brushes against the window pane, carrying the scent of distant reeds. You inhale, feeling the reeds' coolness, like a quiet sigh of the earth. The wind whispers across the threads, a soft voice telling stories of wind farms. The threads seem to lean toward the light, eager for a new day. You feel the loom's rhythm matching the heartbeat of the sunrise. Each stitch you make is a promise, a small act of future comfort. The craft feels like breathing, each loop a pause that breathes life. You pause, your mind floating in a puddle of stillness. The silence sings, a quiet choir of the cottage and the sky. You feel gratitude for each thread that has brought you here, warm and calm. The world outside seems distant, a gentle painting from the far horizon. Your fingers rest, and the loom keeps humming, steady as a heartbeat. You imagine a child watching, eyes wide as the loom becomes a storyteller. The loom's story speaks of resilience, of fabric woven through hope. You feel a sense of belonging, like the thread that binds the cottage. The cottage's walls seem to pulse with quiet, breathing with each breath. The sun climbs higher, shedding more light over the threads. You feel the light wash over the stitches, turning them silver. This silver glow feels like the moon reflected in a tiny window. You breathe in the light, letting it fill every corner of you. The warmth rises, like a gentle sunbeam on a soft blanket. You notice the thread's small knots, each one a tiny promise. The knots tighten under your touch, a gentle reassurance that is safe. Each tight knot is a quiet pledge to keep the cottage grounded. You pause, feeling the quiet echo around the room like a soft drum. The drumming sound syncs with your breath, a perfect lullaby. The loom's hum slowly blends into the background, a gentle undertone. You feel your body relax, your arms hanging lightly. Your hands glide over the fabric, feeling the rough edges of a new knot. You watch the knot tighten, a ritual that feels like a tiny ceremony. The knot's completion is a small triumph, a quiet victory over fatigue. You feel a wave of calm wash over you, deep and soothing. The room feels like a sanctuary, a place where all worries dissolve. You sit back, letting the thread's rhythm become your heartbeat. You feel a sense of unity, the cottage, the thread, the sky all in sync. The sun is at its apex, yet the room feels cooler, a gentle shade. You inhale, feeling the coolness brush your lips, as if from a distant sea. The breeze whispers a lullaby, the word rest echoing through the fibers. You feel the word, a thread of calm woven through each breath. The cottage feels alive, breath and thread in perfect balance. You pause to taste the quiet, a flavor of peace that lingers. You smile quietly, your eyes soft, your heart calm. The loom hums a soft farewell, guiding you toward a restful night. You feel the night call, a gentle voice wrapping the room like a blanket. The blanket of thread and light curls around you, comforting. You surrender to the hum, letting every breath join the melody. The final thread slides into place, sealing the night's quiet promise. Night's gentle thread, the loom weaves a net of safety, wrapping around you. You feel embraced, a gentle hand securing dreams. Your breath joins the rhythm, a slow lull in the dark. The room hums a low thrum, as if the walls breathe too. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. It may smell like the sea. No, I joke, but the scent of salt still lingers. Even the night feels like a gentle blanket, soft and warm. You slide your fingers into the shuttle, feeling its subtle pulse. The shuttle glides, humming a song only the loom knows. Your mind wanders to the first transatlantic telegraph cable, finished in 1858. That cable stitched continents, a marvel of human connection. Historians still argue whether the true authorship of the Voynich manuscript remains unknown. The mystery lingers like a secret in a stitched tapestry. You breathe in the cottony scent, letting it cradle your thoughts. Each thread feels like a promise, small but potent. Some cultures believe whispering to a spinning wheel can make the thread dance. You chuckle quietly, picturing a giggling spindle. Such quirks enrich the quiet, like starlight in a dark night. The loom's whir is a lull, a promise of calm. You pull a fresh yarn, crimson like sunset, into your work. The crimson thread feels alive, humming like a small sunrise. You stitch a loop, a tiny orbit of quiet. Each loop wraps around you, tightening the net of safety. You notice the light filtering through curtains, dust motes dancing. They flutter, tiny planets spinning in a moonlit sky. The house listens. The floor creaks like a sigh. You laugh, a low, content chuckle echoing softly. Your hand moves slowly, following the rhythm of this gentle world. Even the shadows shift, lengthening and shortening like breathing. The silence deepens, a blanket made of woven sounds. You feel a pull, an invitation from the loom to stay. You settle into a groove, a steady heartbeats of fabric. The threads whisper stories, each stitch a secret page. You listen, allowing the murmurs to soothe your mind. The night feels like a living diary, written in yarn. You find humor in the absurd idea of talking thread. You imagine a thread that can argue with a knot. Such thoughts keep your mind from wandering too far. The loom's glow is steady, a tiny lamp inside fabric. It casts shadows like a miniature star map. You feel a gentle pull, a quiet tug of contentment. Your fingers glide, following the flow of thread without hesitation. Each motion feels like a breath, slow and sure. You ponder the weight of the yarn, measuring its texture. The thread feels heavy enough to taste, yet light enough to float. It tastes like morning dew on a quiet meadow. The scent of wool rises, mingling with fresh linen. You feel a sense of belonging, wrapped by the loom's network. The house settles, echoing a timeless hum. You take a breath, and the night deepens. The floor's creak syncs with your heartbeats, a slow metronome. You feel the rhythm steady, like a quiet drum. A soft wind brushes the window, a feathered caress. It carries the scent of distant lavender from the garden. The lavender hums, a lullaby for the mind. You imagine the petals waving, as if dancing to the loom. That image soothes you further, wrapping around your thoughts. You notice a tiny moth hovering near the shuttle. It seems to test the thread's strength with a gentle flapping. You smile, thinking the moth is a tiny guardian. The moth flickers, then settles on a nearby corner. It feels like watching a tiny star nest in the corner. You feel a subtle warmth radiating from the loom's center. That warmth is comforting, like a hug from an old friend. You realize that every thread here has a story. Some threads whisper about rain on distant rooftops. Others talk of summer afternoons in a faraway town. Together, they stitch a quiet tapestry of memory. You feel part of this vast, slow conversation. The loom seems to hum in agreement with your thoughts. You close your hands, feeling the steady pulse once more. This pulse is a lull, a soft song that soothes. You imagine the sound as a breeze through willow leaves. The breeze is gentle, almost a whispered lullaby. You feel the wind brush the walls like a soft hand. It feels like a calm hand guiding you toward sleep. Each breath you take is matched by the loom's rhythm. The rhythm slows as the night deepens further. You notice a subtle shift, a color change in the light. The lantern by the hearth paints the room amber. Amber light is soft, like honey poured into a cup. It mingles with the scent of burning pine. The pine aroma comforts, steady as the starless sky. Your mind drifts, folding into the cozy cocoon. You feel the soft weight of your mattress beneath you. It presses gently, like a friend who knows you well. The cushion warms, absorbing the heat of your body. It holds your shape, promising safe sleep tonight. The room feels like a harbor, safe amid the storm. You pause, hearing the loom soften its hum. The hum becomes a distant choir of dreams. You feel a gentle pull towards sleep, irresistible. You close your eyes, letting the thread cradle your thoughts. The scene dissolves like mist on morning leaves. You breathe in, exhaling, aligning with a quiet lull. The night wraps around you, a gentle blanket. You find yourself floating in that cozy sea. Each breath becomes a tide, pulling you deeper. You drift toward the horizon of sleep. The loom continues to hum, but now softer. Its rhythm fades, trailing into the quiet. You feel the darkness settling like a soft curtain. You notice the stars shimmering through the window. They dance in rhythm with the lull of the loom. Your mind folds, embracing the quiet content calm. You exhale, and the room sighs in agreement. Your eyelids grow heavy, pulling you deeper. You let the last thread sing a final lullaby. It echoes, a soft whisper through the fabric of night. The hum of the loom fades to a single breath. Your heart rate slows, aligning with the quiet. The night takes you gently into the arms of dreams. You drift, the loom's thread winding you forward. Soft clouds drift across the horizon, reflecting the lull. You surrender, knowing every stitch is a promise of calm. The quiet deepens, a blanket of stars over your head. You feel weightless, like floating over quiet seas. The stars shine, a lullaby in their silver glow. You breathe out, sinking into the night's embrace. The final thread glides, sealing silence around the room. You feel the room calm, settled, breathing deep. You close your eyes, and the story ends softly. Sleep calls, and you answer willingly, wrapped in gentle thread. The loom's lull fades into the soft hush of the night. You feel a gentle ripple like waves against a calm shore. Each ripple carries a memory of distant summers and quiet storms. The thread glimmers, reflecting the glow of the distant moon. You reach out, feeling the coolness of the fabric against your fingertips. The coolness is a reminder that we are still alive, breathing. Your mind drifts, letting go of everything else. The room is silent, save for the whisper of linen. You close your lips, tasting the faint scent of cedar. Cedar smells like protection, a soft shield for dreams. The loom hums, a steady heartbeat against the night's quiet. You feel the rhythm of each stitch, like a pulse of hope. Hope threads through the night, wrapping each breath. You imagine the loom as a guardian of the sleeping heart. It watches over you, keeping fear at bay. You hear the slow creak of the floorboards, a comforting song. All together, they form a lullaby of the house. The house, the loom, the dreams, all are in sync. You feel gratitude for each quiet moment shared. You exhale, letting the gratitude wash over you like a tide. The tide pulls you toward your sleep, pulling gently. You are wrapped snugly, surrounded by soft, warm threads. The final stitch rests, a perfect knot of peace. You breathe in, feeling the lull settle deeper. The loom's whisper guides your mind like a friendly coach. You drift, knowing each thread is a promise of safe rest. The night is complete, quiet, and full of gentle promise. You stand, the curtain's edge trembling as dusk settles into a soft, amber hush. The shadows lengthen, draping over the looms seem like silk ribbons. Tiny shapes shift, curling into patterns that seem to pulse with your breathing. You let the rhythm of the fading light guide you deeper into quiet. The room quiets, its breath syncopating with the slow hum near the hearth. Your fingers hover over the frayed edge of the yarn, half expecting a joke. If the shadows had a coffee, they'd be more awake than the old knitting needles. Old needles, though, are said by some to trap the spirits of projects past. The sky bleeds violet into charcoal, each stroke a gentle apology. You trace the seam, watching the shadows dance like fireflies in a jar. The seam becomes a stage, and the light a spotlight on woven whispers. In the corner, a moth flutters, its wings soft as a breath of lavender. Your thoughts waver like the curtain in a breeze, but the calm steadies them. Historians still argue whether the Voynich manuscript contains hidden messages. You laugh softly, thinking of scholars debating over centuries of ink. Their words swirl like the patterns playing just above your fingertips. You notice the wallpaper's faded roses, their petals curling in twilight. They seem to sigh, each petal a sigh of distant wind. The pattern grows, a living mosaic beneath the moon's silver gaze. You let the images sway, inviting the night to stitch you into sleep. Outside, the wind murmurs through the oaks, a quiet, measured choir. The oaks sway like long-haired sailors on a deck of rusted waves. Your ear catches the faint rustle of loose leaves, a soft applause to the craft. You feel the pulse of the forest sinking with the loom's steady thrum. You feel the coolness of wood beneath your palm, the grain a slow lullaby. The grain whispers of seasons, of spring's laughter and winter's hush. You imagine each line a story, a thread of color and memory. Your mind follows the line, finding comfort in its simple dance. The shadows now resemble curtains pulled back, revealing a tapestry. Each fold catches the last sliver of daylight, a fleeting splash of gold. The gold drips down, forming a river that sings in slow tempo. You listen, letting the river's song dissolve leftover tension. The night deepens, the darkness thickening like a velvet blanket. You breathe in the scent of pine from the nearby forest, a calming balm. The pine, a whisper of ancient woods, steadies your heart against the night. You close your eyes, letting the scent wrap around your thoughts like a shawl. Your hands glide over the loom, pulling thread into gentle loops. Each loop curls into shapes like tiny moons, orbiting an unseen star. The loom's rhythm matches the throb of your heart, a quiet duet. You feel a sense of unity, your movements in sync with fabric's breath. Remember the quirky notion that knitting needles can hold a thread's memory, like old ghosts. Some say the needles remember every stitch, whispering secrets in a rustling hush. You chuckle, imagining a needle confessing its lonely years to yarn. You wonder if the needles ever dream, perhaps of warm baskets. In a sudden moment, the shadows elongate, stretching across the room like a giant cat. The cat, however, is silent, its fur a dark, rippled tapestry of night. You watch as the tail curls around the loom, tugging in a gentle rhythm. You let the cat's slow purr fill your ear, a lullaby of the unseen. From the window, a rustling of leaves paints a gentle silhouette. The silhouette shifts, becoming a child dancing in a field of starlight. The child's shadow moves with a grace that feels almost human. You feel the child's laughter echo in your ears, bright and pure. The evening thickens, the air turning crisp, the room a cocoon. You feel the warmth of the floor press against your calves, steady and comforting. It is like stepping on a padded mattress, promising safe repose. You lean back, the soft stretch of your back aligning with the calm of the room. Your breath deepens, each inhale a thread pulled tight, each exhale a thread released. The loom's hum fades into a distant echo, a lull in the night's choir. You sense the fabric around you settling, forming a gentle, protective shell. You feel the shell cradle you, a shield against the world. The shadows at the seam turn into a slow waltz, moving in deliberate steps. Each step takes time, a measure of night's tender rhythm. You follow the steps with your imagination, letting each movement relax your mind. You smile, realizing that even darkness can have a careful pace. Historians still argue whether the first computer was an elaborate game of chess. The debate flutters like the shadows, unending yet oddly comforting. You think of medieval scholars scribbling on parchment, their quills a quiet tap on time. You wonder if that tap ever reached the same depth as the stitches you're making. The night's silence is occasionally punctuated by a distant owl's call. Its call is a reminder that the world outside still whispers soft secrets. You let the sound wash over you like a tide, pulling you toward deeper sleep. You feel the sound's echo resonate with the low hum of the loom. A gentle breeze sweeps through the open window, carrying the scent of wet earth. The scent mingles with the room's fabric, a sweet, earthy lullaby. You inhale, feeling the scent thread through your lungs, tightening the circle of peace. You exhale, the breath folding into the pattern like a quiet ribbon. Your eyes feel heavy as the dark thickens, the curtains now a deep, soft black. You feel the thread in your palm warm, as if it were glowing with content. The warmth steadies your nerves, like a friend's hand on your back. You press your fingers against the loom, counting each tiny beat of fiber. The pattern of shadows now resembles a constellation just born. Each star is a filament of light, pulsing in rhythm with your heart. You trace one star, holding it like a promise written in silver. The promise feels steady, assuring you that rest awaits. A small joke crosses your mind. If shadows were music, they would be soft bass. You giggle softly, the laughter a small, bright note amid the tranquil hum. The laugh echoes into the room like a gentle chime, adding to the harmony. You realize that humor, even the smallest, can weave its thread through night. The loom's light dimming, the room is draped in complete quiet. The quiet is thicker than a blanket, but the blanket feels light and welcoming. You imagine a world where all sounds are a lullaby, a symphony of calm. You feel ready to drift, your mind a quiet sea of thoughts that slowly fade. You close your eyes, the last thread in the seam giving a subtle shiver that feels like a sigh. The sigh is a gentle echo, a lull that signals night has finished its dance. You lie back, the floor beneath you a stone bridge to the land of dreams. Your feet press into the soft bed, the mattress answering with a gentle embrace. You feel the last thread slip through the eye of the needle, a whisper of completion. The loop tightens, a gentle clack echoing like a tiny drumbeat. Your breath sinks with each tug, a rhythm that feels like breathing itself. The knot takes shape, an edible circle that feeds the mind's hunger for calm. You smile, feeling the fabric sigh beneath your fingers, content and serene. Historians still argue whether the first recorded loom dates back to 3000 BCE. An old scroll in the attic mentions a loom, but the ink is almost gone. You chuckle softly, imagining scholars debating over faded parchment. The laughter is warm, like a candle's glow on a damp night. You pause as a quiet joke flickers between us. Knitting needles can count your sleep hours. You imagine a tiny device knitting out your dreams into a pillow. The thread turns to light, a warm amber that stains your fingertips. You inhale deeply, the scent of wool mingling with the faint spice of cinnamon. You exhale, feeling the tension in your shoulders loosen like a well-knotted rope. The room hums, a lullaby the loom whispers back to you. A moth drifts, its wings beating slow, a heartbeat that syncs with yours. You feel the moth's presence like a gentle reminder to stay present. Near the hearth, a candle flickers, casting dancing shadows on the walls. You watch the flames, each flicker a slow heartbeat of the night. The flames' edges blur, painting a new pattern on the surrounding fabric. You trace the new design with your fingertips, feeling a sense of continuity. Your hands move with effortless grace, the stitches aligning with your pulse. A quirky fact lands in your mind. You once heard that medieval monks prayed to the thread. People believed the yarn carried a small spirit that guided their prayers. You laugh, thinking of monks with their spindles as spiritual companions. The laugh drips into the quiet, a tiny note of joy amid the softness. You notice the edge of a book lying beside the loom, its cover worn. You thumbed the spine, feeling the weight of countless stories curled like yarn. The book sighs open, pages fluttering like tiny swallows. You flip a page, reading a single line that reads, Quiet is the strongest thread. You nod, feeling the line wrap around your chest, comforting like a blanket. The room grows darker, the only light from the fading candle's ember. You feel the cold breeze stir the air, a whisper through the cracks. You press a hand against the window, feeling the chill of the night on your skin. It reminds you of a time when people slept outside, feeling the wind on their faces. Your mind wanders to that time, a gentle, nostalgic memory. You realize you're at the heart of a gentle, slow-spun world, your thoughts a tapestry. The pattern you are weaving grows, each knot a promise of restful sleep. You tie a knot, and the thread clinks gently against the other. Your breath deepens, a long inhale that draws in the night's calm. You release, a slow exhale that seems to melt any remaining tension. You feel the room's silence settling, the silence itself like a soft blanket. A small joke nudges your smile. If the looms could talk, they'd brag about their patience. You chuckle, the humor rolling like gentle waves. You hear an old family heirloom, a wind chime in the breeze. Each note is a soft reminder that even noises can soothe. You turn your attention back to the loom. The rhythm is steady, a heartbeat. The thread runs through the warp, the pattern slowly forming a mandala. Each loop completes a half circle, a symbol of wholeness. You feel the mandala around you, a circle that embraces your very being. A quiet piece of history crosses your mind, the first known woolly sock stitched in 14th century. The sock was gifted as a royal gift to a king on a snowy night. You imagine the king's fingers feeling the softness of the yarn. The thought drifts you back to the present, the warmth of the soft wool. The room feels heavier, but the heaviness feels like a hug. You recall the quirky tidbit. Some believe that certain dyes can change depending on an observer's mood. You imagine a thread turning from blue to rose as you feel calmer. The idea feels whimsical, a secret of the yarn world. You smile at the whimsical notion, feeling the humor ripple. You pick up the thread again, each pick a step toward deeper peace. The loom hums, a slow bass that lulls the surroundings. Your fingers trace the path, feeling the tension ease with every turn. The thread glows faintly, reflecting the moonlight, catching the corners of the room. You feel the glow wrap around your mind like a gentle lantern. You notice a tiny fly perched on the edge of the loom, buzzing softly. You let it drift away, feeling your breath synchronize with its rhythm. Your heart slows, matching the steady clack-clack of the loom stitches. You wonder, would a mouse feel the same? Would it also find peace? You laugh, thinking of the mouse as a tiny meditator. Your mind feels less like a storm, more like a calm sea. The fabric you are weaving begins to feel like a blanket for the night's rest. You imagine the blanket covering the world, a soft cocoon for everyone. The pattern reaches its final stage. The final knot is almost done. You feel the anticipation rise, like a lullaby crescendoing. You pause, feeling the weight of the complete design. You look at the masterpiece you crafted, a simple, repeating motif that seems to shift. It looks like a river of tiny stitches spiraling to a center. You feel your breath deepen again, the exhale smooth and long. You release, letting the room swallow the tension. A thought glints bright. You feel like a sculptor chiseling peace. The feeling of creation fills your heart, each breath a paint stroke. You think about how the world once used simple tools for complex tasks. History says the great library of Alexandria once stored hundreds of manuscripts. You feel the library's spirit in how the loom holds the stories of the night. You imagine scholars there, surrounded by scrolls, all humming to their own rhythm. The image lingers, a gentle echo. You see a quiet joke, knowing how deep your stitches are. You could make a pillow. You consider the pillow, filled with the night's soft whispers. You chuckle again. The humor is soft, almost as gentle as a lull. Your hands rest on the loom, gentle, feeling the fabric's texture. Your fingertips trace a line that seems to glow in slow rhythm. The glow dims as your heart syncs with the world's quiet pulse. You feel the weight of each stitch, a burden that lifts with each exhale. The breathing becomes a song, each inhale a note, each exhale a rest. You notice a line in old records, the first time a tapestry was woven in a church. The record states that monks wove tapestries as a meditative practice. You imagine monks working, their threads singing along. You feel grateful for that practice, that simple weaving of calm. There's a subtle whisper near you. The loom's hum turns into a whisper. It feels like a lullaby for the ear. Your shoulders relax, the feeling akin to a gentle push from a breeze. You think, the more I calm, the deeper the night. You laugh at that simple paradox, a gentle reminder that effort can bring rest. You pick up the last thread, ready to tie the final knot. The last knot is a circle and a line, a small loop that closes. You feel the circle's completion, like a story settling on its final page. One quiet voice inside your mind whispers, "Sleep, my friend." You let that voice guide your breathing, slow and steady. The room is now a sanctuary, every corner humming a lullaby. You feel your eyes grow heavy, like the heavy weight of a candle's ember. You remember the quick joke about knitting needles telling stories about your dreams. You feel the needle's narrative tug against your imagination. You inhale, tasting the faint scent of cedar from a nearby shelf. The cedar's scent is calm, like an old friend offering a hug. You let the scent dissolve any final tension that lingers. You feel the room's temperature settle, cozy like a favorite sweater. The night is deep, the calm deeper. You sense a gentle pulse from the floor, like a heartbeat beneath your feet. You place your fingertips on the wood, feeling the rhythm. You think of an ancient tale, how monks tied knots to represent faith. You feel yourself tying knots of faith into your nightly routine. The knots feel protective, a shield against the night's shadows. You feel the last exhale as a ripple across the loom's fabric. The fabric feels like a soft, dark carpet, inviting. You step in, feeling the floor's warmth underfoot. Your toes curl as the air seems to shift, a gentle shift in currents. You feel like you're moving through a dreamscape of woven colors. You keep breathing, each breath a small wave pulling you closer to the edge of sleep. The loom's rhythm is a metronome, ticking softly. You let your mind settle to that rhythm, like a lullaby drifting. You hear a distant owl call, a low, resonant note that blends. The owl seems to nod in approval of your quiet diligence. You feel the owl's approval fill the space with reassurance. You think of the quirky claim that people once used fire hoses to tie clothes. The claim is silly, but it lifts your mood a little. You smile, feeling a tiny laugh echo in the quiet. Your mind wanders to a memory of a grandmother wrapping scarves into hats. The memory feels like a cozy thread around your heart. You tie the last knot, a final loop that locks the design in place. The knot clicks softly, a small click that says it's done. You feel a wave of satisfaction ripple, like a calm after a storm. Your breath becomes a quiet mantra, a promise that you are safe. You look around, the room softly illuminated by a single candle. The candle's flame is steady, like a star keeping watch. You feel the candle's flame reflect in your eyes, a bright beacon. You are surrounded by the quiet hum of fabric and breath. The hum is a lullaby that whispers stories of old. You think of a city that had streets named after yarn colors. The city's map looks like a giant tapestry. You smile at that quirky image, feeling lightness flood. Your fingers settle on the loom, a gentle resting spot. You close your eyes, feeling your head rest against warm wool. You let your mind drift, following the pattern of your breath. Your mind drifts like a feather, each exhale lightening it further. You think of the thread's path, smooth and endless. The thread seems to lead somewhere, perhaps into a dream world. You feel the threads pull gentle, not demanding. You feel the night's blanket, heavy but comforting. You sense the calm washing over you, a tide of sleep. You feel your breath slow further, the inhale becoming a soft sigh. You feel the exhale stretch longer, lengthening like a stretched string. You hear the loom whisper, "Good night." You feel the quiet nod that says you are ready. You hear a soft creak from the floorboards, a tiny greeting from the house. You let that echo soothe you, a gentle, steady rhythm. The house feels like a sanctuary, each room humming calm. You feel a deep sense of belonging, like a thread woven into a larger fabric. You think of the old record that claims the first tapestry told a story. You feel the story whisper in your ear, a lullaby of history. You imagine the tapestry hanging in a cathedral, its colors pulsing. It is bright, but the colors are soothing. You feel your heart pace slowing, matching the tapestry's calm. You hold your breath, feeling your chest expand, then let it fall. You feel the weight of calm settle around you. You sense each knot as a promise of rest, a small blessing. You hear a faint snore echo, not from a human, but from the house. It is a lullaby, a sleepy lull. You let the snore lull you, feeling a wave of sleepy content. You imagine a small kitten curled within the weave. The kitten's purr is soft, a hum that blends. You feel the hum fill you, like an internal lull. You recall a quote, "Stitch the night with calm threads, and the morning will be sweet." You let that thought resonate, a quiet affirmation. You feel the fabric's weight on your shoulders, a gentle cloak. You breathe, feeling the night settle deeper and deeper. You feel your arms relax, each muscle loosening with the last exhale. You sense the darkness as a soft blanket, not a threat. You think of the open debate. Historians still argue whether the Sumerians invented the first clock. The debate reminds you of puzzles that never fully settle, just like the endless loop of threads. You nod to the thought, feeling it lighten your mind. You close your eyelids fully, letting the darkness feel like a safe house. The floor's texture under your palm gives a grounding feeling. You feel your body sink into the softness of the bed. Your breathing slows, becoming a steady, rhythmic pulse. You feel the lull of your pulse match the quiet hum of the room. You hear a distant breeze carrying the scent of wet earth. The scent curls around your senses, a subtle perfume of growth. You exhale slowly, letting the scent dissipate, and feel calm intensify. You feel the room's stillness deepen into a gentle sea. A small joke, just for you. If threads could sing, they'd probably hum low. You smile, feeling the humor ripple into your heart. You listen to the stillness, letting it settle like a blanket. You feel your mind's chatter quiet, like a pause in a song. You sense your thoughts settle into an ease, a soft hum of thought. You think of the cottage's walls, lined with old stories. The stories murmur, each a soft whisper. You feel them surround you, a net of calm. You let your breath match that net, a slow cycle of inhalation and release. Your body relaxes, muscles loosen, each breath a promise. You feel the knot of peace tighten within, binding your night. You hear the loom's final tick, a hush that says it's done. Your mind knows the song ends, and a deeper quiet follows. You feel your eyelids heavy, like a feather on the ground. You drift into the deep hush, a quiet cradle that cradles your thoughts. You let the night carry you on a soft tide, each breath a wave. You feel the world slip into a gentle sleep, the final stitch holding you safe. You sink further, the quiet room a sanctuary of peace. Your breaths flutter, the rhythm slow, like a heartbeat of a dream. You feel the final exhale release any last tightness. The silence surrounds, a soft echo, and you embrace it. The blanket of night envelops you, a warm, calming shroud. You keep breathing, each exhale a pledge of rest. You are ready to let the evening wind carry you to sleep, gently. The door sighs open, a quiet welcome. You step through, feeling the night settle. The cottage floor creaks softly beneath your shoes. The scent of cedar mingles with evening dew. You pause, breathing in the calm air. A small bell tinkles, echoing like distant rain. You smile, amused by the cottage's gentle orchestra. Inside, a single candle flickers, steady like a heartbeat. The flame dances, painting soft shadows on the walls. A moth pauses, wings hushed, awaiting the hush. You watch it, feeling time slow. The loom sits in the corner, patient and old. The wood bears scars, telling stories of many nights. You kneel beside it, hands warm from the wool. The yarn's texture feels like a whisper against your skin. You tug softly, setting the shuttle in motion. The shuttle whistles, a tiny triumph of rhythm. Each thread moves, aligning like stars in a quiet sky. The rhythmic clack of the loom soothes deeper than words. You inhale, letting the music fill your chest. The room feels alive with textile breath. You think of Propertius, who wrote of moonlit lullabies. His verses danced on parchment like a gentle breeze. You hum softly, keeping pace with the shuttles. A note floats, then fades into the night. You chuckle quietly, thinking of knitting needles as instruments. They might have played lullabies to weary travelers. Historians still argue whether the earliest loom was invented in Mesopotamia or Egypt. You smile at the debate, feeling small in the grand weave. The cottage hums, a steady bass beneath your breathing. You wrap a thread around your finger, feeling its weight. Each loop cradles your pulse, slowing your thoughts. The floorboard creaks, a subtle reminder of time's passage. A breeze slips through the cracked window, smelling of rain. You press your palm against the wooden surface. The grain feels smooth, smoothing the edges of your mind. Your laughter echoes, small and bright in the night. A stray cat curls near the mantel, purring quietly. The cat's heartbeat blends with the loom's rhythm. You inhale slowly, letting the calm fill every cell. The candle flame flickers, casting soft halos on the wool. A memory drifts in of a grandmother weaving scarves. She sang softly, threading stories into the fabric. You feel her presence in every stitch you make. The night grows deeper, but the thread remains sturdy. You feel the cottage walls breathe along with you. Each wall is lined with painted murals of past seasons. Their colors shift subtly as the night deepens. A small joke lifts you. Why did the blanket get in trouble? The answer: because it was too warm and rolled in bed. You laugh, and the laughter stitches into the hush. A soft rustle comes from the attic door. The door opens slightly, letting moonlight spill. The light bathes the loom, enhancing its ancient aura. You notice a faint scar on the frame. The scar is a reminder of a storm long ago. It glints in the candlelight, an unspoken story. You feel gratitude for the cottage's resilience. Your fingers glide over the warp threads. The warp hums, an undercurrent of continuity. The loom's pulse is steady and unhurried. You stitch, each movement a gentle breath. A small rhythm emerges, echoing forest footsteps. The evening deepens, yet the cottage remains warm. You take a break, sitting on the hearth. The crackle of fire whispers ancient secrets. Your mind drifts to a medieval monk's tale. He used weaving to practice silence and focus. That silence felt like a warm blanket wrapped around thoughts. You feel its comfort spread in the room. A thought surfaces. What if thread could sing? If only the yarn carried its own melody. You chuckle, imagining a chorus of tiny needles. The needles giggle, producing a soft, rhythmic hum. The hum mixes with the candle's glow. You inhale deeply, letting the sound wash over you. The sound is like a lullaby of starlight. You imagine the stars knitting their own tapestry above. The night sky twinkles, each star a fiber in the cloth. You return to your work, fingers poised. The shuttle moves with a newfound grace. Each stitch feels like a tiny triumph. You press the thread, feeling the fabric's heartbeat. The loom's click echoes in the quiet. You recall a story of a fisherman's cloak. He used silk threads to catch dreams instead of fish. The cloak hung in a tavern, shimmering. You smile, imagining the fisherman's nightly adventure. The yarn's texture is a testament to patience. Each thread carries a moment's breath. You breathe in, letting serenity wrap your mind. The candle's wax drips slightly onto the floor. The drip creates a tiny rhythm, like a drum. You tap your foot to the beat. Your foot taps, a playful counter to the loom. Laughter bubbles, subtle as a distant waterfall. The night thickens, but the laughter stays. You close your eyes briefly, feeling the weave. The weave embraces you, a gentle cocoon of thread. Your skin tingles, the warmth spreading. The cottage hums, a lullaby to your mind. A tiny insect lands on the rug. It sifts, listening to the loom. The insect's presence is a quiet reminder. Back to the loom, you pick up another thread. The colors blend, forming a soft tapestry. The tapestry reflects the candle's gentle glow. The thread glistens, a subtle promise of dawn. You feel the night's promise in each stitch. You wrap a thread around your wrist. It becomes a talisman against restless thoughts. The evening grows still, the room hushed. Every breath is a note in the night's song. The wind outside whispers through the windows. It carries the scent of distant pine. You smell it, and your mind calms. The pine scent mixes with the candles. You feel grounded, seated in the present. A memory flutters, childhood sleeping under quilts. The quilt had bright, patched colors like a star map. That memory is woven into your current thread. It provides a steady rhythm to sleep. You place your hand on the fabric. The fabric feels soft, like a whisper. You inhale, hearing the loom's steady tick. The tick echoes, a pulse of calm. You feel each breath paired with a stitch. The combination feels like a gentle mantra. You breathe slower, matching the rhythm. A sense of completion grows. The lull of the cottage feels infinite. You almost forget the outside world. All sounds blur like distant rain. The blanket of night swallows the world. You sink deeper into the soft chair. Your eyelids flutter, the world dimming. A quiet hush settles. The loom ticks softly, the sound of twilight. You inhale deeply, letting the calm flood. Your body relaxes, limbs slack. The house exudes warmth. The warmth steadies your pulse. The cottage's walls seem to breathe. The breath is a slow, steady pulse. You think of the debate again, whether Mesopotamia or Egypt. You chuckle, the thought lightens your mind. The night continues without hurry. You notice a faint glow in a corner. The glow is a tiny lantern reflecting moonlight. It gives a soft spotlight to the work. Your fingers deftly complete the final loop. The loop clicks, a quiet celebration. You set the final loop aside. The piece rests, a finished lullaby. You pause, feeling the piece breathe. The loom sighs, a final sigh of peace. You turn your body toward the hearth. The fire crackles, a gentle thunder. You feel the heat kiss you. You breathe, savoring the warmth. The night remains, a soft blanket over everything. All sounds melt into a quiet hum. You close your eyes, the world dimming. The breath follows, slow and deep. The loom's final tick echoes once more. It signals night's completion. The cottage feels like a sleeping cradle. You feel gratitude for the calm. You imagine the cottage a heart of threads. Sleep approaches, smooth and gentle. You relax into the night, letting sleep claim you. You imagine the cottage a heart of threads. Sleep approaches, smooth and gentle. You relax into the night, letting sleep claim you. The loom's hum stretches, weaving a cradle around your thoughts. Experts think the quiet clack of heddles echoes a heartbeat in a hush. Your fingertips brush the warp, feeling texture like velvet whispering secrets. You chuckle softly as the yarn sighs, a tiny applause for the craft. You smile amused by the cottage's gentle orchestra. The candle flickers, casting soft shadows that dance in rhythmic silence. You turn the needle, feeling the metal hum like a distant star. Historians still argue whether the first loom was born under Mesopotamian suns or Egyptian moons. The mainstream fact you read last night. The drop loom debuted during the Bronze Age, around 3000 BCE. Quirky tidbit: a Viking queen wove regalia with a monk's borrowed loom. That image feels oddly cozy, like a historical sitcom set in a weaving workshop. Your breath drifts between the yarn and the fire, a duet of heat and cool. A small hiss from the flame breaks silence, reminiscent of a bedtime story's gentle page turn. You listen, feeling the room breathe like a contented cat perched on a windowsill. The cat's purr matches the loom's tick, saying good night to rest. You flick a thread, letting it drift free, then guide it back with gentle assurance. This simple act is meditation, a pause to savor the thread's soft sigh. The night tastes earthy and sweet like an old book. You inhale the scent, thinking of a childhood forest campfire. The smell lingers a comfort in the quiet like a hand on a shoulder. You smile, hearing a distant murmur that feels like a lullaby from the past. A joke reappears. Why do needles keep secrets? They stitch them in the dark. You laugh, the sound becoming a tiny bell that rings in the room. The room hums, a living lullaby, and you feel part of it. Your eyelids grow heavy, but your throat keeps a rhythmic whisper, a soft mantra. Each breath is a thread woven into sleep's gentle web. The fabric of the night wraps around you, a cozy blanket of sound. You can almost taste the coolness of the loom's finish, a subtle metallic note. It is the night's quiet applause, acknowledging the work done. Your thoughts drift, following the rhythm as a lazy river. You imagine threads stretching into distant galaxies, each one a star stitched into the sky. The image is gentle, a cosmic lullaby that sings softly on a blanket of night. You feel a subtle tug, a reminder that the final stitch matters. The loom sighs, a sigh of contentment, as if it too is ready for sleep. You close your eyes, let the loom's song carry you. The final note settles, a soft click that feels like a hug. You surrender, world dissolving into a quiet quilt of dreams. The moonlight glides across the tapestry, bathing it in silver glow. Each shadow plays like a quiet drumbeat, a gentle rhythm. You exhale softly, feeling your body melt into the night. The air feels cooler, as if the wind has brushed your cheek. You sense your thoughts turning like leaves on a still pond. A quiet peace settles, a blanket that embraces you warmly. You feel the final stitch, a promise of comfort and drift. The silence swells, a tide of tranquility rolling over the cottage. Your breathing slows to a gentle hum, syncing with the loom's quiet. You remember a bedtime story about a girl who could hear threads. She wrote poems with each stitch, the words weaving into the cloth. The memory feels warm, a blanket wrapped around a memory. You smile, letting that warmth spread up to your forehead. The candle gutter drips each bead, forming a tiny clock. You imagine the clock ticking, marking the minutes of your sleep. Each tick echoes like a gentle chime in a quiet valley. The whisper of the thread is a lullaby, a song for the soul. The room fills with a soft, blue light from the moon. You feel the blue glow touch your skin, a soothing brush. It feels like a gentle wave of warmth against cold night skin. You breathe in deep, hearing the night settle like sediment. A distant owl hoots, a reminder that night is alive. You notice the tiny dust motes glimmer like stars trapped in the air. They dance, a silent ballet within the still night. You laugh again at the earlier joke about needles. It feels like the thread has a mind, nudging you toward peace. Your mind drifts, guided by the soft rhythm of the loom. You sense your hair soft on your shoulders, a feather's touch. The cottage hums, a soundscape of wood, fire, and thread. You close your eyes again, a gentle surrender to the night. You feel the fabric of time wrapping around you. Each breath drifts like a feather, sinking into the quiet. The night sings, a song of stars and forgotten lullabies. You know you are safe, protected by soft cloth and moonlight. Your heart beats, slow and rhythmic, echoing the weave. Its rhythm matches the calm that settles in your chest. Each exhale releases a sigh of release, a tiny bell tolling soft. You hear the final thread click, a closing note of the night's music. The loom whispers good night, a hush carried by the wind. You feel the threads hum in your bones, a lullaby for your skin. The cottage settles the night, sealing its quiet as a soft blanket. You drift deeper the boundary between craft and dream thinning like a veil. The silence is a canvas, your dreams painting colors gentle. Every thread remembers the loom's heartbeat, a memory echoing in sleep. You trust this connection, your body surrendering into restful harmony. The night drags you further into calm, a quiet tide of peace. You feel the final breath, a soft exhale that seals the night. With a gentle sigh, sleep finally takes hold. The loom's final click sounds like a distant drum closing the day. You sense the world fade, replaced by gentle patterns of light. The night cradles your thoughts, turning them into a soft lullaby. You feel the rhythm in every breath, a lull that keeps you safe. The fabric of the room seems to breathe, a living sheet of comfort. You rest, the cotton of your mind settling like a blanket. The last echo of the loom lingers, a quiet affirmation of peace. You close your eyes fully, surrendering to the quiet night's embrace. The cottage hums its final lull, and you slip into a deep, sweet sleep. You imagine the cottage a heart of threads. Sleep approaches, smooth and gentle. You relax into the night, letting sleep claim you. The loom's hum stretches, weaving a cradle around your thoughts. Experts think the quiet clack of heddles echoes a heartbeat in a hush. Your fingertips brush the warp, feeling texture like velvet whispering secrets. You chuckle softly as the yarn sighs, a tiny applause for the craft. You smile, amused by the cottage's gentle orchestra. The candle flickers, casting soft shadows that dance in rhythmic silence. You turn the needle, feeling the metal hum like a distant star. Historians still argue whether the earliest loom was born under the Nile or the Tigris. You let the threads guide your breath, slow, steady, like a bedtime promise. You hear the soft click, like a door closing on a sleepy day. The silver strands curl, folding like a sleepy cat curled around a warm hearth. A quirky tidbit twinkles. Knights once wove silver threads to keep dragons from stealing armor. You smile, letting the silver soothe a restless thought that had hovered. Your mind drifts further, each stitch breathing out another sigh of calm. You feel the looms whisper like a friend, humming a lull. Soft jokes echo. Why did the needle get a therapist? Because it had too many insecurities. The silver patterns shift, and you imagine starlight weaving through your thoughts. You trace a pattern that looks like a moonlit river gliding into the horizon. Your breath deepens, each inhale a silver wave that pulls tension away. The loom's rhythm settles, like a drumbeat that soothes a beating heart. You whisper a thank you to the silver, to the night, to the quiet. You feel your eyelids grow heavy, weight like a feather caught in a breeze. The threads hum like tiny bells playing a lullaby for your ear. You let the sound curl around your thoughts, like a hug that tugs gently. The silver thread feels like a cool rain on a hot afternoon. You imagine the thread as a comet, streaking across a sky full of lullabies. Your body relaxes further, the loom's hum weaving its magic. The light slides across the linen, painting silver moons on a midnight canvas. You feel a gentle pull, like a thread tugging at a weary mind. Your fingers dance, soft, rhythmic, each movement a story told by the loom. A quiet joke surfaces. Why doesn't a spinning wheel ever win at chess? Because it always folds. The laugh echoes, a bright light in the cotton haze. The silver threads weave under moonlight like a secret handshake with the night. You inhale the scent, a faint trace of seaweed, like a library in the waves. The smell reminds you of a childhood tide, a lull in water and quiet. Your heart slows, tapping to the loom's gentle, rhythmic song. The silver thread shimmers like a lullaby for the world inside you. You feel the night wrapping each stitch around you as a blanket of stars. The loom hums again, deeper, as if it knows the rhythm of your dreams. You watch the silver shine, a promise that night's quiet will hold. The moonlight seems to seep into the fibers, turning them into silver. Your fingers find a path, each movement a gentle whisper of rest. You see each thread as a note in a calm symphony, soft, pure. The quiet hum feels like a lullaby sung by the wind, a soothing breeze. Remember the way the needles feel when they thread through silence, like a tiny dare. You smile again, this time at the joke about the hidden needle treasure. The moon hangs low, a silver saucer, a lull, a promise of calm. Your mind folds, like the threads pulled through the loom. The silver glow feels like a gentle touch, soft on your cheek, cool on your brow. You breathe slowly, the rhythm matching the loom's pulse. The night is a canvas, the threads its paint, and you are the brush. A quiet thought drifts. Why does the loom keep spinning forever? A tiny hope. You let the question linger, like a feather on a quiet breeze. The silver threads ripple like waves across a pond, soft and steady. You focus on the ripples, letting each be a pulse in your chest. Your breaths merge with the loom, forming a quiet duet. The moonlight bathes the floor, turning the old wooden floorboards into silver. Your fingers find rhythm, each small click echoing a soft drum. A joke rises. What do you call a needle that can't sleep? A dreamer thread. The laugh feels like a wind chime fluttering in a quiet evening. Your eyelids flutter, each blink a slow shudder in the night. The silver threads look like constellations, each stitch a star aligning. You hold the needle, its metallic hum is a quiet lull that hums inside you. You trace the pattern, feeling each loop wrap around your thoughts. The night is thick, scented with warm wool, a blanket for a weary mind. A memory sparks. When you were 9, you stitched under a firefly glow. You inhale, and the scent of that firefly fills the room. The loom hums, and your heart syncs with the rhythm of peace. You imagine each thread a small moon, a beacon on your sleep shore. The moonlit weave pulls you deeper into restful surrender. The threads are like whispers, gentle voices from the past, telling you to rest. Your breath slows, every inhale a candle on a quiet night. The silver thread vibrates like a tiny bell, ringing only for ears still open. You hum along, a soft melody echoing the loom's lull. The night seems to hold space, a cradle of woven hope. The silver glint shifts like a small star, a promise kept. You breathe in, feel your mind melt into the quiet fabric. The loom's rhythm is a lull that wraps around your thoughts, a blanket. Remember the line about the hidden needle treasure. It still whispers. You chuckle knowing that hidden treasure is a metaphor for hidden calm. Your eyelids grow heavier, a quiet blanket on your eyes. The moon spills across the cottage, a silver tide washing over the threads. You trace the pattern again, each stroke a promise of gentle sleep. The thread glistens like a droplet of dew, fresh, clean, pure. Your mind lets go of day's noise, replaced by the loom's quiet hum. A bright joke surfaces. Why do looms love lullabies? Because they can't resist a good spin. The laugh feels like the faint echo of a wind chime in twilight. The silver threads feel like a blanket held against the cold. You let the night breathe, as quiet as a sleeping cat. Your fingers trace each loop. It whispers a story of patience. The loom hums once more like a heartbeat beneath a soft blanket. You breathe out, letting the thread's vibration settle into your chest. Each exhale feels like a candle flame blinking against darkness. You feel the weave like a tide of calm, pulling you deeper. The moonlight glows like a lantern, steady and soothing. A last joke. What does a needle say when it finishes a job? It's all stitched together. The chuckle becomes a soft echo, winding through the threads and your thoughts. Your breath slows, each inhale a gentle drumbeat on your soul. The loom hums like a lull song, each chord a silver promise. You follow an old thread, its path like a silent lullaby. It glows, as if it remembers the moon's first kiss upon the earth. Your eyes close, but your mind stays on the thread's quiet glow. The fabric around you shudders like a feather landing on a quiet water surface. You feel a warm pulse, like a small fire glowing inside your chest. A joke rises. Why don't needles gossip? Because they're sharp and keep secrets. The laugh rolls down like a gentle tide, echoing the loom's rhythm. Your eyelids flutter like moth wings against a lantern's light. The silver threads look like tiny constellations, each a promise in the dark. You trace a pattern that follows your breathing, each cut a lull in time. The loom seems to nod, an agreement to keep the night still. You feel the cool breeze inside the cottage, like a whisper of distant stars. A memory comes, a childhood night of star maps woven by a great-grandpa. You imagine each thread a star, tracing the map in your mind. The loom's hum is a soothing hum, like a lull you've known since birth. You breathe in, let a gentle hush settle on your skin. The silver thread is a strand of moonlit dreams winding around your thoughts. You feel your heart slow, a gentle drum in the night. The cottage feels like a cradle, soft, quiet, warm, a safe harbor. Your breath matches the loom's rhythm, breathing into a soft, silver lull. A light joke surfaces. What do you call a stitch that likes to play? A thread that can't keep still. You laugh softly, the sound blending with the loom's humming sound. The night hush deepens, silken fibers wrapping around your soul. You hear a tiny click, like the closing of a book after a long story. Your mind drifts to a gentle memory, your first night under stars. The silver thread ripples softly, a quiet wave across your heart. You trace a new pattern, each loop a promise of rest. The loom hums like a distant choir, soft, melodic, calming. You feel a breath pull, like a cloud drifting over a quiet lake. The silver threads stretch, like a net catching moonlight in each knot. You notice how the candle flickers, each flame a quiet heartbeat. Your mind is lulled toward a place where silence swallows noise. A quiet joke appears. Why did the thread win the race? Because it was on a roll. Laughter ripples, like a ripple of silence across the loom. The night feels like a warm blanket that never thins. You breathe in, hearing the loom's quiet song in the dark. Your eyelids feel heavy, soft, like cotton wrapped around your face. The silver threads glow, one strand catches the light, turning the night brighter. You let the night settle deep, safe, like a bed of stars. Your breath becomes a hush, a gentle hush to your thoughts. The loom hums again, but softer, like a lullaby for the wind. You feel every fiber, a whisper, a comfort, a soft cradle. You close your eyes gently, a door between waking and sleeping. The quiet thread stitches the final breath you take tonight's lull. You feel your heart, slow, breathing in unison with the loom. The cottage's hum is a blanket of silver, wrapping you tight. A final joke. What do you call a thread that never ties? A loose end. The laugh curls like a twine around your last breath. Your mind drifts to dreamland, soft, safe, a place of peace. The loom sighs, and your eyelids flutter one last time. You sense the thread's final tug, a gentle pull to slumber. The night holds you, a cradle of woven hopes, quiet calm. You inhale, feeling the world melt into a soft white. Your fingertips trace the last silver thread, like a fingertip on moonlight. The fabric sighs as the night closes, soft, warm, a lull. Your breath quickens once, then slows, then eases into dark. You feel the loom's final click, like a lock gently secured. The night embraces you, silent, solid, full of tender light. The silver threads melt, becoming a blanket of deep sleep. You close your eyes, breathing a calm, quiet farewell. The lullaby of the loom drifts into your mind, soft as a feather. You drift, let yourself dissolve into sleep, let your thoughts fade. The night's quiet hum embraces you, final, peaceful, gentle. Your eyelids flutter one last time, soft curtain of sleep closing. You breathe, slow and even, letting the night wind around you. The loom's whisper thickens, a velvet sigh against the quiet wall. You smile, thinking of the cottage's secret recipe for calm. In the corner, a brass compass spins, its needle pointing to the moon. Historians still argue whether that compass dates to the age of sailing ships or something else. You chuckle, amused by the idea of hidden navigation in a quiet, textile studio. The compass hums, a low bass echoing the rhythm of the looms. A quirky tidbit flickers. Ancient cooks used thread to tie herbs for flavor. You imagine a chef in an old kitchen weaving rosemary into looms for a fragrant feast. The scent of herbs mingles with fresh wool, a delicious lull for the senses. You feel the aroma wrapping your thoughts like a shawl of quiet. Outside, the wind whispers through the thatch, telling tales of distant markets. The wind stirs the silver threads, making them dance like sleepy fireflies. You watch, the light filtering through lace curtains, turning the room into a moonlit stage. The stage feels alive, each stitch a step in a slow ballet. You pull a needle through warp, feel the metal warm against your palm. The needle glints, catching the candle's flame like a pocket star. You laugh gently. No thread is too hard, no stitch too long. The laugh, a thread of humor, blends with the loom's steady pulse. A joke drifts. Why won't a loom sleep? It's too busy twining dreams. Your head shivers with the pun, the room humming with a chuckle. The laughter folds into the weave, a tiny fabric of joy. You feel the joy, a bright thread weaving in your chest. A historic fact settles in: the first industrial loom arrived in England in 1764. That year, workers built machines that changed the textile world forever. You reflect this change, how simple tools can shift lives in threads. The shift feels gentle, like a tide turning a small pebble. You pause, listening to the loom's low hum like a distant drum. The drum keeps you grounded, steady as a heartbeat in midnight. You inhale, drawing in the calm, exhale, letting the day leave. Each breath matches the rhythm of the spinning fibers. The thread pulls forward, the warp catching each tiny tug. You hear the click, thread meeting needle, a click like a tiny door closing. That click is a tiny promise that sleep will arrive soon. You smile, feeling the promise settle into your bones. A curtain of light spills from the open window, a pale moon. The moon paints silver on the threads, turning them to glass. You trace the silver path, feeling it cool against your fingertips. The coolness flows like a river down your arm. The air tastes of pine and cedar, a forest asleep. You imagine the cottage as a cabin deep in woods. The cabin hums with the same steady pulse as the loom. That pulse feels like a lull in a quiet forest. A memory surfaces, your great-granddaughter's lullaby, woven at this very cottage. Her lullaby was a pattern of tiny cranes, each stitch a promise. You feel her hands guiding yours, an invisible link across time. The link is warm, like a hand held in the dark. You look at the compass again, its needle steady for the moon. The compass has guided sailors, now it guides your sleep. You imagine the old compass as a lantern, casting soft light on ships. That image steadies you, a story wrapped in a metallic glow. A whisper of wind brushes the curtain, seems to ask, "Are you ready?" You respond, no question asked, just a gentle nod in your mind. The nod settles, and the wind seems to pause. You continue stitching, each loop a soft drumbeat in the night. The drums blend into one rhythm, humming deeper with each stitch. Your rhythm syncs, making your breath smoother and slower. Smoother breath keeps the night deeper and more restful. The light flickers, candle burning low, leaving a warm amber glow. The amber color washes the room into a golden dreamscape. You feel the warmth, the safety of a hearth. The hearth hums like a long-forgotten lullaby. You think, if only all nights were this quiet. You let that thought slide, feeling the thought melt away. The melt leaves a clear space for sleep. The space is a soft cushion, ready to cradle you. A small joke drifts. Why do needles not like bright colors? They feel jealous. The joke is silly, but it lightens the stillness. The stillness feels lighter, easier to accept. Easy acceptance is a good friend of sleep. The loom's hum increases slightly. The fabric thickens, turning from light to midnight. The transformation feels like a cloak wrapping you. You close your mind like a lantern, letting bright thoughts fade. Each bright thought fades, replaced by the loom's deep breath. The fabric grows, like a tide pulling waves into a calm pool. You are the tide, drawn deeper with each ripple. The ripples are tiny stars in a sea of darkness. You feel them twinkle against your skin. The night deepens. Stars blink from the ceiling in patterns of constellations. You trace those constellations with your fingers. The constellations are threads, each connecting like small miracles. The miracles feel warm, like a secret handshake. You realize the cottage hum is the world's oldest lullaby. This lullaby has been sung since the first loom was built. The first loom was powered by a child's heartbeat, they say. You hear the heartbeat, a pulse deepening your sense of belonging. A breeze slips through, carrying the scent of rain on stone. You inhale, feeling the scent wrap around your heart. The scent feels like a warm blanket on a cold night. Warmth spreads slowly, like heat from a fireplace. The thread you are weaving now looks like a story's spine. Each stitch adds a page, a small narrative of rest. The narrative writes itself in gentle rhythm. With each page, you move closer to sleep. A gentle murmur follows, a family tale about a moonlit wedding. The tale weaves through the fabric, threads blooming like roses. The roses feel bright against the black night. The brightness calms you, like a lighthouse on a quiet sea. The loom stops for a heartbeat, offering a pause. You pause, breathing in the silence. Silence feels like cotton, heavy but soft. It is the space where sleep begins. You let the fabric finish its journey, closing like a book. The book is heavy in its last breath. You close the book, feeling the weight of sleep. The weight is gentle, like a lullaby in your shoulders. The night embraces you fully, silence a blanket. The loom's a heartbeat. You feel the heart's rhythm echo within your chest. The echo is a comfort, a steady song. You close your eyes, allowing the song to fill the deep. A final joke hums. Why did thread and needle marry? Because they matched perfectly. The laugh is soft, folding into the hush. The hush folds around you like a shawl. You are wrapped, pulled toward the gentle tide of sleep. Sleep arrives, a whisper of silk against your skin. Your heart slows, a drumbeat aligning with the loom's rhythm. The rhythm calms, easing you into darkness. Darkness is gentle, a friendly companion on your night. Your eyelids flutter one last time, soft curtain of sleep closing. You breathe, slow and even, letting the night wind around you. The loom's whisper thickens, a velvet sigh against the quiet wall. You smile, thinking of the cottage's secret recipe for calm. In the corner, a brass compass spins, its needle pointing toward the moon. Historians still argue whether the compass's original maker was a sailor or a stargazer. You grin, imagining a sailor plotting a course through dreamscape instead of stormy seas. The compass hums, a low bass echoing the rhythm of the looms. A quirky tidbit flickers. Some believe the wind carries memory of forgotten textiles. You imagine a chef weaving rosemary into looms for a fragrant feast. The scent of herbs mingles with fresh wool, a delicious lull for the senses. You feel the aroma wrapping your thoughts like a shawl of quiet. Around you, the loom rustles, a mechanical sigh that soothes like wind through reeds. The shuttles pulse, each beat a tiny promise of rest, humming beneath your fingertips. You play with bright thread, tracing its path around the wooden frame. It feels like a dragonfly's trail, delicate and fleeting, inspiring a whispered dream. You slide the needle through warp, its silver tip glinting like a tiny star. A subtle click follows, the sound of metal meeting fiber, a lullaby for your mind. You feel the rhythm of the cottage settle, a calm tide that eases your thoughts. The lull, a soft blanket of sound, folds around you as you breathe slowly. Why did the blanket go to a comedy club? It wanted to knit a few laughs. You chuckle, joke curling like a tiny ribbon around your mind. Your hands stay steady, dancing through the fabric that cradles your body. You imagine each stitch carrying a note of comfort, playing on a silent harp. The cottage hum is a gentle hymn, singing softly to the moon above. The fire in the hearth warms the floor with a faint glow. The flame dances, flickering like a shy star taking a sip of night. You imagine the fire as a tiny choir of embers, singing softly. Their voices are woven into the quiet, a gentle soundscape that heals. The warm hum fills the air, a lull that embraces your ribs. You feel the rhythm shift, matching the beat of your own heartbeat. Each heartbeat syncs with the loom's steady thrum, a duet of night. You let the sync guide you, drawing you deeper into calm. The air cools gradually, a subtle shift like an evening breeze. Soft whispers rise, the floorboards creaking under your weight. You pause, listening to the faint conversation of old boards. You wonder if the boards remember the lives that passed by. They might recall the laughter, the quiet, the stories whispered to the threads. You feel a soft nudge, as if the floor is holding you gently. Another joke comes to mind, offering a light flair to the night. Why did the cat bring a pair of knitting needles? It wanted to purr stitch. You chuckle, the puns slipping between the threads of the loom. A soft wind enters from the window, carrying the scent of mossy stones. You inhale steadily, allowing the scent to seep into the folds of your mind. The air thickens, a gentle hug that lingers in the corners of your consciousness. You feel the night breathing like a large, calm animal. Its breath comes in slow waves, washing over the cottage. You sit, letting the waves carry away any lingering thoughts. The hum of the loom deepens, a bass that settles in your chest. You breathe, feeling the vibration resonate, as if the cottage is singing. The sensation becomes a lull, wrapping you like a warm scarf. You notice a faint crackle in the air, as if the night itself is humming. It is comforting, a voice of the darkness that speaks in gentle riddles. You let it seep, surrendering the mind to the night, letting go of daylight. A stray dream wanders, painting the walls with soft light. You watch, feeling the image slide across the room, soft as a feather. The feather lands gently on your pillow, an invitation to sleep. You hear a distant flute, its melody like a gentle river. You follow the tune, guided by the rhythm of your own heart. The music lingers, a lull that settles in the deepest corners. You feel a subtle shift, the world softening like a dreamscape. The cottage walls seem to breathe, exhaling quiet into your veins. You sink deeper, the night wrapping around you like a blanket of stars. You close your eyes, the final curtain drawn upon daylight. You hear the last thread tighten, a promise that the night will stay. Your thoughts dissolve into the softness, resting behind your eyelids. You feel your body melt, surrendering to the pull of sleep. The lull fills your mind, a soft hum that echoes through your skull. You are carried into the dark, your spirit joining the quiet choir. The cottage settles, its heartbeat slowing to a gentle, slow thrum. You hear the final soft shiver, the final breath of the night. You float, a soft feather sailing through a sea of stars. A gentle lull invites you to explore the dreams within the cloth of night. You feel each breath deepening, a tide pulling you further into sleep. Your body loosens, as if untying a knot in a quiet rope. The evening whispers, the wind singing in your ears like a lullaby. You hear the gentle trickle of water in a distant stream. That sound becomes a lull, settling in your heart's quiet valley. You let the harmony seep, wrapping you in a cozy, quiet cocoon. Your shoulders drop, the tension leaving like dust from a window pane. The night deepens, a calm ocean covering all noise. You feel a soft breeze caress your cheek, a tender petal brushed by wind. It cools, like a sudden splash of cool water on a hot day. You close your eyelids, feeling the gentle press of night. The hum of the loom rises, a soft choir that sings over sleep. You let it cradle your thoughts, the music lulling them to rest. Each note dissolves, a promise of tranquil nights to come. You feel the night wrap around you, a blanket of deep blue. You let your mind sink deeper, falling into the sea of comfort. Your breathing slows, becoming a soft wave that calms every cell. You feel the world quiet, an echo of silence that drips like honey. The honey silence warms your body like a cup of tea. You drift, guided by the lull of the night's gentle rhythm. The cottage hums, a lull that lingers longer than your eyelids close. You sense the final threads tighten, the night's blanket sealing you in. Your heart beats in time with the rhythm, slow and unwavering. You surrender to dream, as gentle as a feather falling soft. The night wraps you close, a cocoon that shields you from dawn. You are one with the silence, breathing the world's quiet lullaby. The light fades, the darkness deepens, a velvet canopy covering the earth. You feel the night breathe, slow, rhythmic, a living lull. Your mind drifts, carried by a gentle river of sleep. You close your eyes, the final curtain drawing over dawn. The cottage quiet settles, a lull that lingers in every corner. You hear the last whisper of the loom, a soft sigh that echoes. You smile as the gentle hum of the cottage cradles your rest. The night's calm envelops you, a soft blanket that melts every tension. You feel your fingers twitch, a subtle sign of surrender. Your breath slows, becoming a quiet tide of peace. The world dissolves, leaving only the hush of the cottage. You drift deeper, folding into the night's warm embrace. You are lost in the soft lull of the loom's final breath. Your mind floats, unhooked, a feather drifting in night. You let the night weave you into a slumber that sings. The silence is deep, and the dreams begin, a quiet chorus. You close your eyes completely, surrendering to the night's soft song. Your eyelids flutter one last time, soft curtain of sleep closing. You breathe, slow and even, letting the night wind around you. The loom's whisper thickens, a velvet sigh against the quiet wall. You smile, thinking of the cottage's secret recipe for calm. In the corner, a brass compass spins, its needle pointing toward the moon. Historians still argue whether the compass's original maker was a sailor or a stargazer. You grin, imagining a sailor plotting a course through dreamscape instead of stormy seas. The compass hums, a low bass echoing the rhythm of the looms. A quirky tidbit flickers. Some believe the wind carries memory of forgotten textiles. You imagine a chef weaving rosemary into looms for a fragrant feast. The scent of herbs mingles with fresh wool, a delicious lull for the senses. You feel the aroma wrapping your thoughts like a shawl of quiet. Around you, the loom rustles, a mechanical sigh that soothes like wind through reeds. The shuttles pulse, each beat a tiny promise of rest, humming beneath your fingertips. You play with bright thread, tracing its path around the wooden frame. It feels like a dragonfly's trail, delicate and fleeting, inspiring a whispered dream. You slide the needle through warp, its silver tip glinting like a tiny star. A subtle click follows, the sound of metal meeting fiber, a lullaby for your mind. You feel the rhythm of the cottage settle, a calm tide that eases your thoughts. The lull, a soft blanket of sound, folds around you as you breathe slowly. Why did the blanket go to a comedy club? It wanted to knit a few laughs. You chuckle, joke curling like a tiny ribbon around your mind. Your hands stay steady, dancing through the fabric that cradles your body. You imagine each stitch carrying a note of comfort, playing on a silent harp. The cottage hum is a gentle hymn, singing softly to the moon above. The fire in the hearth warms the floor with a faint glow. The flame dances, flickering like a shy star taking a sip of night. You imagine the fire as a tiny choir of embers, singing softly. The fireflies counting stars in the dark make you smile. It feels like a joke, yet the nonsense feels gentle. The loom hovers with quiet, rhythmic pulse, matching your breath. Your fingers glide, tracing the silver edges, feeling each coolness. The night deepens, a velvet shroud that invites you to slip fully inside. The cottage breaths, a gentle hum, lulling the senses. Your mind follows, letting the light twirl, drawing thoughts. You feel the calm swirl, easing the day's shadows. Historians still argue whether the ancient Babylonians charted the point over 4,000 years ago. The tale speaks of harmony between darkness and light. You let the thread flow, trusting its steady rhythm. You feel the weave tightening toward home. You remember the quirky fact about fireflies counting stars in the dark. A joke curls, "Why did the weaver skip dessert?" It answered, "Hungry for the scent of thread, not sugar." The laugh lifts tension, a gentle reminder of calm. Your hands keep moving, guided by a subtle lull. The cottage hum swells, low and steady. The night listens, holding your story in quiet reverence. The thread's rhythm flows like a lullaby's heartbeat. You recall an old legend. A star once fell, sowing daylight into the night. That image settles in, a gentle reminder that every stitch balances. You let the thread flow, trusting it as a guide. A breeze sneaks in, carrying rosemary and parchment. The cottage breathes around you, its heart matching your beat. You trace the moon's outline across the canvas. You laugh softly. Why do stars never gossip? Because they're too bright to share secrets. The joke lands, brightening the dark room. The final thread passes through the needle once more, securing the canvas's edge. You step back, watching the night blanket the cottage in quiet grace. You settle into the quiet, heart humming, ready to drift to sleep. The night still whispers as the loom continues its gentle song. You feel the thread's pulse echoing in your palm, soft, rhythmic, humming like distant bells. A quiet sigh escapes from this corner, where the fire breathes slow. Your breathing syncs with this sigh, each exhale folding into the fabric of the cottage. The looms stitch a lullaby, each shuttle a traveler on a moonlit road. The gentle hum reminds you of the first Gutenberg Bible, its ink born from powdered coal. Historians still argue whether the original ink used was truly black or a shade of brown. You smile, imagining the parchment glowing under the flicker of this little candle. What do you get when you blend a loom with a comic, a thread that keeps in stitches? You chuckle, turning the laugh into a gentle vibration of the warp. You pause, tasting the scent of warm wool with a splash of dream. A quirky tidbit lingers. Some say the loom's hum carries the echo of ancient desert rains. Your fingers glide over the slant of the warp, feeling the rhythm in each thread. The needles click in a steady cadence, like a metronome, humming in quiet. You imagine the sound as a lull that sways the cottage's heart. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. That odd memory drifts in when you hum. The moon spills silver across the tapestry, painting shadows on the wooden floor. You trace the silver thread, allowing its coolness to settle on your skin. Historians still argue whether the silver thread is real or imagined. You smile, breathing deeper, letting the cotton lull you into a softer world. Why does a needle hate hide and seek? It fears getting lost in a knot. You chuckle, and the fabric warms, as if the thread whispers your name softly. The quiet hum blends with the distant croak of a far-away cricket. You inhale the scent of old books, a gentle reminder that stories live in fibers. You set the needle aside, resting the thread over the basket. The basket holds a small pouch of moonlit dust. Legend says it calms restless minds. Remember the joke about the weaver skipping dessert. The laugh lingers, light as air. You inhale, feeling the dust mix with your heartbeat, a soothing lull. You return to the loom, the needle poised like a silent trumpet. The loom breathes again, a deep sigh that echoes across the loft. The night listens, folded into the thread as it moves, gentle and slow. Your hands guide the needle, weaving a promise of calm into the weave. You think of the year 1066, a thunderous march across England's green fields. Your breath slows as the war's echo blends with the loom's rhythm. Historians still argue whether the sound of armor could rival the loom's hum. You smile, sensing history's quiet voice guiding your fingers. The cottage's walls throb softly, like a heart beating under a blanket of stars. You feel the vibration travel through the floorboards into your feet. That vibration is the night's lullaby played by unseen hands. You pause, letting the rhythm carry you over the edge of waking. The candle flame flickers again, a steady pulse on the edge of dreams. You let the flame guide your gaze, a steady anchor in the hush. Your eyes trace the flame's path, noticing how it sways with the wind. The wind brings a quiet music, soft, like a sigh from the woods. You feel the wind and the loom speaking in the same rhythm. The rhythm is a safe harbor, a place where thoughts lay down. You rest, letting the rhythm become your blanket of sound. Sleep comes, but you are still here, the loom still humming. The loom's shuttle swings, a pendulum in a quiet cathedral. You watch the swing, its rhythm a reminder that time moves peacefully. You feel the swing's motion ripple through your mind, a gentle tide. It takes you deeper, the night embracing you. The candle's glow softens, becoming a dim lantern in the shadows. You find comfort in that dimness, a calm blanket over your thoughts. Your heart taps a slow rhythm, matching the loom's steady drum. The drum is a lull, holding you in its gentle sway. You notice the faint sound of my scurrying, a tiny jazz band at the base of the loom. It is a soft joke, a tiny music that keeps you awake in dream. You smile, letting the noise play a quiet lullaby of reality. The music fades, yet the sense of calm stays. The night stretches beyond the cottage's roof into a blanket of stars. You feel the stars, each a bright pin of calm that guides you. Your mind follows them, tracing patterns that are soft and familiar. The patterns fold into your breath, a quiet blanket of night. You feel your eyelids grow heavy, the night urging you softly toward sleep. Sleep is an invitation, the loom's final stitch offering an embrace. You let the embrace wrap, a seamless cover of quiet. You sink into the weave, the lullaby complete. The cottage settles into the night, a quiet heartbeat sinking your thoughts. You close your eyes, the loom's final thread cradling you. You drift away, wrapped in comfort, the night an endless lull. Your dreams unfold like a tapestry, each thread a soft promise. Even as you sleep, the loom hums a lull across the silent room. It carries the memory of stories, of threads, of quiet nights. You feel the thread's breath, a gentle pulse beneath your chest. Sleep deepens, each breath a silent symphony of night. When the dawn breaks, the loom stands still, patient and unhurried. You stretch, the night's lulliness slowly giving to the light. You feel the new day thread its own quiet into your thoughts. The cottage hums again, a welcome to another quiet story. The light of sunrise glints across the woven panels, a gentle awakening. You hear a faint crack of wood as the cottage stretches, stretching to a new day. Soft warmth rises from the hearth, a slow, steady pulse. You stretch your limbs, the fabric of the room settling around you. The loom, quiet, seems to nod in approval at your morning stretch. You reach for your favorite sweater, its wool whispering like silk. The gentle pull of the fabric comforts you, like a warm hug from an old friend. You settle back, feeling the quiet seep into your toes. The afternoon light brightens the table, revealing a stack of neat, unfinished stitches. You decide to tackle one patch, feeling how each thread brings comfort. You thread the needle, the feel of the eye a small portal to calm. The stitch glides, a soft swoosh that sounds like a distant lull. You feel the rhythm guiding each motion, a steady hand in velvet. You pause, breathing deep, the room breathing with you. The hum of the loom grows louder, a gentle pulse that steadies your mind. You remember the joke about the cat that tried to weave a scarf. The laughter bubbles inside you, lightening the air like bubbles in tea. The moment fades, replaced by the soft tick of the loom's threads. A gentle breath escapes, like wind through a forest of needles. You smile, feeling the connection between the quiet and the world outside. You think of the Great Wall, a strip of stones stitched across land. The image settles into your mind like a gentle scroll through time. You find comfort in the idea of threads weaving history, like a tapestry of years. The afternoon slides toward dusk, painting the sky in lavender strokes. The lamp casts a warm glow, creating a small island of light. You curl closer, the cushion cradling your spine as a gentle mattress. The quiet hum of the loom, now gentle, lulls the room into rest. You let your thoughts ebb, like a tide washing away worry. The light of the lamp dims, the darkness deepening softly. You feel the gentle pull of the night, a soft rope toward sleep. Your eyelids flutter, a quiet drum echoing the loom's final stitch. You let the silence wrap you, thick as velvet, calm as a cloud. The loom whispers, its rhythmic hum a promise of peaceful darkness. You feel the breath of the weave, a lull that keeps night alive. A gentle chuckle escapes you, remembering the cat's failed scarf attempt. The laughter mingles with the hum, a melody of tiny delights. You drift off, the quiet lullaby of stitches humming in your mind. The night settles, a soft blanket that covers your thoughts. You feel the last thread of consciousness slip away, a gentle release. The blanket thickens, each breath a slow, rhythmic wave. You let your heart slow, a drum that syncs with the loom's breath. The loom hums, a steady cadence that cradles all your worries. The room becomes a cocoon, a harbor for your mind's quiet. You feel the rhythm of the dark, a lull that carries you. The hum, steady as a heartbeat, guides you into dream. You drift deeper, the night a gentle sea with lantern lights. The loom's final stitch, a soft note, lingers like a sigh. You close your eyes again, feeling the darkness cradle your thoughts. The silence becomes a cloak, draping everything in peace. You breathe slowly, the hush filling your air like a calm sea. You slip into the dream tapestry, each thread a path to rest. The night hums a lullaby, the best lull for your sleepy mind. You feel the calm deepening, a quiet wave that soothes. The loom's hum fades, leaving a gentle echo behind. You let the silence stay, a soft blanket that wraps your body. You close your eyes, the quiet night a lullaby to the heart. The light of the lamp fades, darkness deepens, the room settles. You feel the pull of sleep, gentle and inviting. The quiet thread wraps around you, a delicate, comforting cover. You surrender to the hush, letting it become part of your heart. You slip into a dream, feeling the quiet as a second skin. The loom hums, its gentle pulse echoing through your thoughts. You are wrapped in a soft silence, the night breathing through the walls. You sleep, the quiet lullaby taking you further into rest. The night embraces, the loom's hum echoing in your dreamscape. You rest, the silence a blanket that cradles your breathing. The loom hums faintly, a sweet echo of the world outside. You feel the night settle, a gentle blanket that keeps the house calm. You breathe, letting the silence fill every inch of space. The world outside fades, the loom's hum remains. You close your eyes, safe in quiet cocoon. You are wrapped in the softest blanket of stillness. Sleep deepens, your heart sinks to the loom's hush. The final thread of daylight bows, replaced by night's calm. You drift under the blanket of silence, the last lull reaching you. You drift under the blanket of silence, the last lull reaching you. Your fingers trace the edge where the thread narrows, a fragile spine of white silk. It feels like the seam knows the universe, waiting for the final whisper. The loom sighs softly, breathing in rhythm with the fading day. Tapering threads seem to lean toward surrender, as if asking who cares about the finish. Your mind follows the thread, a slow orbit around the hush inside. You wonder if the cloth could learn to read your thoughts. That would be a neat trick. The yarn hums, a low, almost hummingbird-like buzz that vibrates your fingertips. It tastes faintly like fresh tea leaves, a scent that steadies the mind. Maybe the cloth just wants a break, or maybe it simply enjoys being stretched. You chuckle quietly, because humor is the best lullaby for the stubborn eye. The thread glides over the carriage, a whisper on cotton skin. You feel the pull like a gentle hand, guiding a shy child to the next step. Your breaths sync with the motion, a steady rhythm that calms the pulse. Historians still argue whether the ancient manuscripts were written with quill or pencil. The question lingers, like a feather floating in a quiet room. Your mind drifts to the Great Wall of China, an expanse of stone over 13,000 miles long, a testament to patience. The walls seem to sigh under the weight of history, a slow exhale. The Great Wall stretches like a story stitched across continents. Quirky tidbit: some people say that hummingbirds can taste the color of petals while they hover. The imagination fills the space with bright images of tiny wings. As the thread tapers, it whispers, and the room responds with a low hum. You remember that cat's failed scarf attempt, a yarn of mischief and soft claws. The memory flickers, reminding you that even mistakes can knit comfort. Soft laughter bubbles, not a bark, but a purr that blends with the loom's lull. The rhythm becomes a lull that seems to ask sleep, come on. Your neck stretches once, twice, easing the tension that had lingered. You close your eyes briefly, feeling the thread's gentle weight. Your fingertips slide, catching the last bead of light, a glimmer of moon. The loom's motor hum drops to a whisper, a hiss of contentment. There is a subtle change in temperature, a cool breeze that slides under the wool. You feel the coolness, like a blanket that was never pulled too tight. Your heart beats soft, like a metronome measuring a song no one listens to. The air thickens with the scent of linen, a quiet perfume of simplicity. You inhale deeply, letting the aroma guide your thoughts into calm. The thread narrows further, as if it is writing a final note. It slides between the shuttle's teeth, a slender line of destiny. You notice the tiny crack in the silver hoop, a flaw that adds character. A tiny crack can teach you that imperfections are part of the whole. You feel the gentle tug, and it pulls you deeper into stillness. The hum of the loom becomes a heartbeat of the house, steady and kind. The house seems to breathe as you breathe. They are one. Your eyes flicker, a soft flutter that matches the rhythm of the stitch. You smile at the joke that the thread might outsmart you, and run away. The thought sends a ripple through the quiet. The thread finally reaches a tip, a point so fine it feels like paper. All the small movements, the soft whispers, finally coalesce into one silent point. You reach to touch the tip, feeling it like a whisper of a feather. The tip seems almost to pulse with the room's calm. You let your fingers trace the edge, exploring the softness. The thread holds the memory of the wind, the sun, and your sighs. You think about the night that was long but filled with these quiet gestures. A quiet thought. What if the thread could tell stories? You lean back, feeling the room's embrace, a safe haven from the day. Your mind shifts gently between the thread and your thoughts, merging. You watch the final loop that secures the last piece of the tapestry. The loop tightens, a knot that feels like it holds a secret. The secret is simply, it is here. You hear the faint crack of the wood as the loom settles into rest. The sound is gentle, like a distant campfire's ember. The hum of the loom fades, a quiet note in the night. You listen, letting the silence rise around you. Your scalp tingles with the soft echo of that last breath. The thread continues to taper, never quite reaching a point. It remains soft, like a promise, a whisper of forever. You breathe, feeling the cool air wrap around you. Your chest rises and falls with the calm pace of a slow tide. Soft thoughts drift, like the moon across a river of light. You feel a small, bright flutter in your chest, a subtle reminder of life. You think about the whispering walls of the old monastery, said to echo dreams. The echo is a murmur that soothes the mind. You remember the line about the cat's scarf and laugh again quietly. The laughter is tiny, a secret giggle between your ears. In that moment, the room seems to hold its breath. A breath of wind enters, passing through the open window. It carries a faint scent of wild mint and damp earth. Your hair lifts like a small flag in the wind. You feel the wind playing over the thread, a gentle tug. You can almost hear the thread say, "Thank you for this. I will keep the memory." The word feels like a friendly hug. The thread is a soft, quiet witness to your inner world. You look at the tiny piece of thread as if it were a map to somewhere. You imagine it leading to a place where nothing can disturb your rest. Your eyes close naturally, the last breath of daylight fading into night. The hum of the loom is gone, replaced by a gentle, continuous sigh. You feel the warmth of the blanket and the hush around you. A feeling washes over you, an ocean of calm that swallows the day. You feel the gentle pull of the night, a soft rope toward sleep. Your eyelids flutter like small flags. You let the silence wrap you, thick as velvet, calm as a cloud. You are wrapped in the softest blanket of stillness, each thread a stitch of rest. You pause to think about how simple acts can bring great peace. The hush continues, a gentle lullaby for the soul. You hold the thread softly, feeling its memory of quiet. The thread has become a companion, guiding you to dreams. The final stitch is a tender promise, a whispered secret. You let the moment stay, remembering that comfort can be traced back to a single thread. You settle deeper into the blanket of silence, the world outside dissolving. You find yourself humming a gentle tune in your mind, a lullaby for the night. Your heart syncs with the quiet, a drum that matches the loom's breath. The thread continues to taper, a soft line of finality. You feel that final gentle pull, a thread that reaches for sleep. The thread speaks a quiet word, peace. The hum of the loom fades, leaving a soft echo behind. You let the silence stay, a blanket that wraps your body. Your mind floats, a feather in air, guided by the soft hum of the house. All the whispers you heard today gather into one calm chorus. You listen to the chorus, a soft melody that soothes. The hum of the house continues as you slip into a deeper rest. A gentle hum and a small laugh keep you company for the night. You drift deeper, the night a gentle sea with lantern lights. The loom's final stitch, a soft note, lingers like a sigh. You close your eyes again, feeling the darkness cradle your thoughts. The silence becomes a cloak, draping everything in peace. You breathe slowly, the hush filling your air like a calm sea. You slip into the dream tapestry, each thread a path to rest. The night hums a lullaby, the best lull for your sleepy mind. You feel the calm deepening, a quiet wave that soothes. The hum of the loom fades, leaving a gentle echo behind. You let the silence stay, a blanket that wraps your body. You close your eyes, the quiet night a lullaby to the heart. The light of the lamp fades, darkness deepens, the room settles. You feel the pull of sleep, gentle and inviting. The quiet thread wraps around you, a delicate, comforting cover. You surrender to the hush, letting it become part of your heart. You slip into a dream, feeling the quiet as a second skin. The loom hums, its gentle pulse echoing through your thoughts. You are wrapped in a soft silence, the night breathing through the walls. You sleep, the quiet lullaby taking you further into rest. The night embraces, the loom's hum echoing in your dreamscape. You rest, the silence a blanket that cradles your breathing. The loom hums faintly, a sweet echo of the world outside. You feel the night settle, a gentle blanket that keeps the house calm. You breathe, letting the silence fill every inch of space. The world outside fades, the loom's hum remains. You close your eyes, safe in quiet cocoon. You are wrapped in the softest blanket of stillness. Sleep deepens, your heart sinks to the loom's hush. The final thread of daylight bows, replaced by night's calm. You drift under the blanket of silence, the last lull reaching you. The wind begins to whisper through the cracked window, nudging the curtains like shy friends. Your ears catch the sound, a soft rustle that knows the house's rhythm. You breathe in the cool air, feel it lift the shoulders of the old timbers. The wind threads through the rafters, weaving a melody that rivals the loom's hum. You notice a leaf fluttering, a tiny dancer in a dim glow. The leaf's motion mirrors your breathing, a gentle cycle of inhale and exhale. You find a rhythm, Your pulse syncs with the wind's pulse. The house sighs, a low groan from old beams. This night feels like a shared secret. A breeze carries a hint of rain that hasn't yet touched the ground. The scent is earthy, like a book that slipped out of a forgotten drawer. You grin, a quiet chuckle at how the wind seems to gossip about the afternoon. A small joke pops into your mind. If the wind could take a selfie, it'd probably look wind-blown. The joke lands, and the wind responds with a lazy sigh. You feel the floorboards creak, a counterpoint to the wind's melody. Your fingers glide along the warped wood, gentle as a cat's whisker. That cat, you remember, once tried to knit a scarf and ended up with lopsided knots. The memory makes you smile, a tiny absurdity in a world of steady loom. The wind pulls a thread loose, a stray strand begging to join the tapestry. You pull it with care, the thread softens, like a whispered apology. The tapestry brightens, a little light from the moon slicing through the blinds. The moon's silver is a guide, a silver thread weaving through the floor. You follow that thread, each weave a gentle reminder to stay present. History echoes too. The Eiffel Tower was originally intended as a temporary exhibit for the 1889 World's Fair. You feel the connection. The world's grand gestures fit inside this quiet room. A quirky notion flickers. Some believe that cats can see their own reflection in water, but not in mirrors. That idea, while odd, invites the thread of curiosity. You pause to ponder. The absurdity feels oddly soothing. The wind whispers again, a lullaby for lost travelers. The house echoes with a low hum, the rhythm of night. The loom sleeps, its gears quieting to a gentle thud. You feel the pulse, the world slowing to match your heartbeat. A joke sneaks up. If the wind took a selfie, it'd probably look wind-blown. Another chuckle bubbles as you notice a stray tuft of hair. It lingers like a silent applause. You smile. The silence is almost comedic in its comfort. Historians still argue whether the Great Sphinx was built by humans or aliens. The debate lingers, a note in this evening's lullaby. You let the wind guide your thoughts, a soft hand on your mind. The wind carries a scent of wet stone, a distant memory from a ruined city. Your eyes close. The room's outline becomes a silhouette against the glow. The glow is the lamp's flame, a tiny universe inside the window. The wind hums a tune, each note a step toward calmer night. You listen. The sound fills the space, a blanket rolled over your shoulders. The blanket is the room's breath, slow, steady, reassuring. You breathe again, inhaling comfort, exhaling quiet. The wind's tempo changes, a lullaby swaying with the night's pulse. The house creaks again, a counterpoint that keeps the harmony balanced. You smile inwardly. The creaks are like applause for the wind. Your mind drifts to a memory of a picnic by a breezy pier. The sun there had been a warm companion, now replaced by this gentle evening. The wind feels softer, as if respecting the memories within. A distant wind choir echoes, a choir of whispery notes. You let these notes settle like dew on petals. Each note reminds you that rest is natural. A soft ripple in the blanket suggests you are almost asleep. The wind continues gentle. You nod, your eyelids flutter like small flags. The night deepens, blackness thick with stories. You feel the world soften, every sound a thread in the weave. The wind plays a final note, a soft sigh that says sleep now. You close your eyes, a gentle surrender to the hush. The lamplight dies, night takes the room to a lullaby. A gentle rhythm continues, the whisper of wood, the breath of wind. You sit in the hush. The silence becomes a companion. Your throat relaxes. The sound of your own heartbeat is sweet. The wind's story ends not with a bang, but a sigh. You feel your mind slow to a gentle wave of content. This is what you needed, a room that listens to your breathing. The wind's whisper lingers, a constant breeze of calm. It carries the weight of day away with gentle breezes. Your thoughts settle into soft folds like a quilt. Your body feels the room hugging you, a subtle, warm embrace. You close your eyes. The last breath of the day is gone. The wind sighs, a whispered lullaby for the restless soul. You listen, it echoes in your chest like a soft drum. The hush stretches, a blue horizon where no thoughts enter. Your mouth stays relaxed, a quiet vow to stay still. The wind lifts a small feather, a reminder of gentle movement. The feather drifts, a small comet in the quiet. You smile, laughter bubbles inside like a hidden stream. The wind takes a final breath, the room exhaling softness. You feel your mind ease, a gentle wind of peace. The night thickens, the darkness soft with the loom's lull. Sleep approaches, each stitch a promise of sweet dreams. The wind's final note is a sigh, a closing chord. You surrender, the room is a cradle, the wind a lull. The blanket of silence grows tighter, a net of comfort. You float away, the night takes you to gentle realms. The wind is still breathing in the quiet lull. The world outside fades, a distant, muffled sound. You stay, the silence is the best companion. The wind whispers one last time, good night. You close your eyes, the last thread of light dissolves. Sleep descends, the world of the loom swallows the sound. You find yourself drifting, your thoughts like a gentle tide. Rest fills you, the room a warm blanket. The wind continues, a hum beneath your skull. You close your eyes, a soft final whisper. The air feels thinner, like the final breath before a lull. The curtains flutter softly, a lull in the evening. You hear the distant rooster's cry, a reminder of daylight's end. The scent of pine creeps in, a forest memory. Your shoulders relax, as if the breeze lifts them. The hum of the loom turns soft, a steady pulse. A thread falls, a silent flag in the quiet. You pick it up, feeling the gentle fiber. The fiber tickles your finger, a quiet giggle in the night. Your laugh is very soft, almost a sigh. The wind rustles leaves, a natural metronome for sleeping. The room hums, a lullaby made of breath and wood. You feel the world settle, quiet as a mouse. The air tastes of cedar and old paper. The story continues. The wind carries it like a boat. You let the wind guide your thoughts, a silent hand. The silence is a blanket folded over your heart. The night deepens, and you feel the coolness close in. The fabric of time threads slowly, weaving minutes into dreams. The wind hums again, a low song for the house. You let it drown the hum of your own thoughts. The night air feels like a soft blanket over your head. The world outside slows, like a candle in dusk. The wind sings a lull, a gentle refrain. The loom's rhythm matches your heartbeat, a soothing duet. You breathe, exhaling slow, inhaling calm. The room feels like a nest, holding you gently. The wind carries the memory of a child's laughter. That memory brightens the dark, gentle glow. The lullaby of the house deepens, a soft ocean. The wind whispers, stay, a patient call. You nod slowly, the night feels kind. The silence is a companion, breathing with you. The dreamscape beckons, a soft tide of images. Your mind drifts, each image a feather in the wind. The fabric of the night wraps around you again. The breeze carries the scent of lavender and dust. You inhale, and the aroma soothes the edges of your thoughts. The wind's breath is the final lullaby, a closing chord. The house exhales, all the sound falling into dark. You feel the world settle into the hush. The night is a blanket, the wind a pillow. The loom's gentle hum fades, replaced by your own calm. Your eyelids grow heavier, a tide of sleep rising. The quiet is complete, a soft finality. You drift, a soul on a feathered cloud. The wind sings softly, a lull for the waking heart. The night embraces, the loom's song dissolving into dream. You let the final thread of consciousness slip away. Your thoughts settle like soft sand at seashore. The world sleeps your body, the house, the wind. The night is a quiet symphony, the wind a quiet maestro. The story of the evening ends, the hush remains. You close your eyes with a final sigh, and sleep swallows you. You glide across the quilt's patchwork, each square, a tiny world waiting to be sewn. The night threads your fingers, soft, almost breathing, like a living lullaby. You pull a needle, its silver glint, a tiny moon, dancing on the edge of sleep. The yarn follows its color, a whisper of midnight sky, muted and comforting. You stitch slowly, each loop a promise, each knot a quiet sigh. You pull a new patch, its edge rough, like a forgotten stone. The thread glows faintly, like moonlight caught in a glass bottle. You stitch toward the center, where the night's heart beats. The hum swells your pulse, aligning with the soft thrum. Historians still argue whether the true author of Shakespeare's works may have been someone else. You laugh softly. Someone else might have left a hidden joke in the quill. The quilt expands, more patches, gathered from memories and forgotten dreams. You remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. That one makes cloth feel as protected as a king's crown. You think of kings, tossed in blankets of armor and velvet. You pause, realizing the quilt is a map of your quiet world. The needle buzzes, tiny buzz like a bee at lull. You let the buzz fade, each stitch a breathing pause. The fabric hums softly, like a distant lullaby, humming under the stars. Your fingers are gentle, moving like a feather on water. You notice a new patch, its color reminiscent of midnight blue river. The thread weaves soft, steady, a lull to your bones. You feel fatigue slipping your body, relaxing like sleep itself. Each loop is a promise, promising safe repose for every tired mind. You breathe in air cool, scented with linen, old paper, and a hint of pine. You breathe out, exhale a quiet sigh, the sound of sleep beginning. The quilt closes around you like a blanket of stories and starlight. You hear the house settle, soft thumps, each thump a lullaby of evening. You smile. This is exactly what a quiet night should feel like. The sky outside is a dark canvas, no stars, just the soft hum of world. You lay back, your shoulders sinking into the quilt's embrace. You close your eyes, soft breathing, the night's rhythm carrying you. Your thoughts dip like a candle flickering in a draft. You focus on the stitches, each one a star in a quiet sky. The cloth hums louder, soft chords of midnight. You chuckle at a joke, remember your phone battery warning last week. The laugh is low like a mouse, not a roar. Your muscles relax further, sinews loosening like unknotted strings. You feel the quilt's edge soft, almost like skin. The world outside quiets, your attic whispers a lullaby. You listen for that hush, seeming to grow louder with each heartbeat. The threads feel alive, like tiny hearts beating softly. Your throat relaxes, breath flowing like gentle rain. You drift towards a sleep as soft as the quilt. The night holds you, each patch a guardian against fatigue. You think of all nights, each with different quiet songs. You remember the earlier note about bees and colors, makes a funny mind. Your eyelids feel heavy, tugging each other like friends, tugging at the same blanket. The quilt feels weightless, yet it holds you wrapped in warmth. You feel a peace like a pause between heartbeats. Your mind slips into sleep, soft, slow, endless. You stay here, enveloped in the quilt's lull. The night whispers good night, softly, a final gentle good night. You let the last thread of light dissolve into dream. Your sleep covers you, complete and satisfying. You feel your toes soft, warm, and perfectly aligned with the floor. The floorboards give a tiny creak, just audible in the hush of the night. You smile. This creak is like a background music of safety. You shift, slightly adjusting the quilt, like a sailor adjusting sails. The breeze comes through a crack, bringing the scent of wood smoke. It mixes with the linen, creating a smell that tastes like memories. You inhale, filling lungs with these quiet moments. Your mind drifts, soft clouds carried by the quilt's weave. You notice a patch, its color like the glow of a lantern. The thread glints like a tiny star captured in fabric. You feel the fabric's softness like a soft sigh from the night. You think of a joke, a penguin trying to knit, but no wool found. The idea feels absurdly funny, like a story waiting to be told. You chuckle. This is the sort of joke that only a quiet night can appreciate. Your stitches become a rhythm, soft beats that echo in your chest. The quilt is a living poem, each section a stanza of rest. You imagine the quilt as a map, roads of thread leading to dreams. Your heart slows, each pulse like a drumbeat in the dark. You think of night's silence, quiet as a whispered apology. The whisper is a promise, promising that all worries melt away. You feel the coolness of night, like a gentle kiss on skin. The temperature falls, yet the quilt keeps you wrapped in warmth. Your breathing slows, matching the rhythm of the world outside. The night is deep, quiet, sweet, inviting. You imagine a child playing in a field, sleeping through a lull of the night. Your mind paints the picture, soft colors blending into the dark. You remember a story your grandmother told about a quilt that carried the seasons. The memory hums like a lullaby between time spans. You feel a warmth like the sun's gentle pulse. The night grows softer, like a blanket of dreams over the world. You close your eyes, ready for a journey beyond sleep. The quilt shivers, small, comforting tremor, like a heartbeat. You feel trust building, trust that this night will not bite. The night whispers a promise, a calm that feels eternal. You think of the earlier note about bees and colors, still a funny notion in the dark. The joke in your head keeps coming up like old friends in a quiet house. You smile. This is the quiet comfort that only night can provide. Your body feels complete, no tension, no pull. The quilt's fabric whispers, soft tones that speak directly to your heart. You feel the world beyond the window, dark, but gentle, a faraway lull. You let the stillness seep into cells of skin, into mind, into dream. You think of that night's quilt, how it wove a safety net around you. The feeling is like a hug from an invisible hand, soft and constant. Your breathing slows further, like a candle guttering. The darkness feels safe, like a blanket of stars stitched by the night. You feel a final pull toward a rest that feels like a horizon. The night sighs, an exhale that carries you toward dreams. You let yourself drift, quiet, light, floating. The quilt embraces again, protective, reassuring, always present. You close your eyes, dreams ready to take shape, gentle and true. You breathe in, feeling the quilt whisper like a friendly librarian in a quiet archive. The air shimmers with the scent of old paper and faint pine. You smile, a soft chuckle bubbling through the hush of the night. The edges of the fabric curl, a gentle sigh that invites deeper calm. You let your breath sink with the rhythm of the stitches. The threads hum, a low lullaby beneath your fingertips. You pause, feeling the warmth wrap like a familiar shawl. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. Its texture feels like aged parchment. You laugh, a quiet giggle at the absurdity of the memory. The patchwork glows, each square a silent story yearning to share. You turn the needle, silver gleaming bright as a moonbeam. The sound of metal against cloth is oddly satisfying. You feel the weight of the thread, light as a whisper. The pattern shifts, like a tide moving through the night. You follow the path, stitch by stitch, guiding the night. The silence deepens, a cushion for your thoughts. You think of a tiny rabbit hopping through a garden of yarn. The imagery feels playful, almost like a secret joke. You exhale slowly, releasing a cloud of contentment. The quilt pulses like the heart of a sleeping dragon. You smile again, a warm smile that steadies your mind. The night hums, carrying the scent of jasmine and cedar. You imagine a tea kettle steaming softly beside the hearth. The sound of the kettle fills the quiet, soothing tones. You find a calm spot in the center of the fabric. The thread forms a tiny bridge across the darkness. You weave, weaving stories into the very fibers. The process is almost meditative, like a mantra in motion. You lose sight of time, only hearing the steady hum. The needles click, a rhythm that feels like slow waves. You find yourself humming a tune from childhood. The tune is simple, a lullaby your grandmother sang. You let the melody mingle with the evening's hush. The memory of that lullaby feels grounding. You notice a tiny seam that glitters like stardust. The glitter is subtle, enough to catch your eye. You feel grateful for the small wonders in the night. The gratitude rises, quiet but powerful. You recall a history lesson about the first quilt in Europe. The first quilt documented in Europe appeared during the late Middle Ages. You feel the awe of centuries woven into thread. There is a quirky rumor about ground coffee in medieval dyes. Some say medieval weavers mixed ground coffee with dye for extra warmth. You laugh softly, imagining the scent of coffee in a blanket. The laughter warms the room, easing any remaining tension. You feel the soft brush of a feather on your skin. The feather is imaginary, yet vivid in your mind. You breathe in again, hearing the breath of the night. You hear faint chimes from an old wind chime in the window. The sound is gentle, almost like a distant drum. You follow the chimes into a tiny dreamscape. The dreamscape is stitched with colors of twilight. You stitch a new patch, the color deep as midnight. The thread pulls, tugging gently through soft cloth. You feel the thread's resilience, a comforting support. You let the quiet settle like a blanket around your thoughts. The blanket feels like an embrace from a distant friend. You close your eyes for a moment, savoring the stillness. You open them again, eyes soft as wet moss. The world inside the quilt is a watercolor canvas. You paint with your hands, strokes of calm and peace. You feel the cloth give beneath each measured motion. Your fingers dance, a silent ballet in the dark. You notice the faint glow of the moon through the window. The moonlight stains the patchwork, a silver ribbon. You trace it, following the silver thread of memory. The memory is of a story your mother told at bedtime. She spoke of a quilt that kept children safe. You feel the protective weight of that story settle. You hear a soft sigh from the seam, a sigh of relief. The seal of comfort feels almost tangible. comfort reminds you of the phrase historians still argue. Historians still argue whether the true origin of the Tudor quilt lies in royal kitchens. You chuckle, amused by the academic debate over textile. The chuckle is light, a feather falling through air. You breathe slowly, feeling the rhythm of your chest in time. Your chest follows a steady pattern, calm and deep. The pattern syncs with the quiet of the cottage. You imagine the cottage walls humming in agreement. The walls hold voices from 1,000 peaceful nights. You hear the echo of an ancient lullaby humming. The lullaby is old, a song that travels through generations. You are lulled, your mind drifting to gentle dreams. You sense the presence of a friendly fox beside the quilt. The fox's eyes are glistening, calm, almost human. You feel a sense of shared serenity between you and the fox. The moment feels real, a soft echo of nighttime wonder. You continue to stitch, each loop a promise of rest. Each loop feels like a small sigh of comfort. The quiet of the night whispers, a gentle call to sleep. You let your thoughts drift like clouds over the quilt. Clouds melt into patches, forming a tapestry of dreams. The dream tapestry glows, its colors shifting like tides. You sit back, feeling the quilt's embrace. The embrace is tight, yet comfortable as a lull. You feel your pulse slow, matching the night's rhythm. Your pulse keeps pace with the soft thrum of the loom. The loom hums, a steady beat under your palm. That hum guides your breath, a soothing metronome. Your breathing deepens, drawing in calm like a sea. You feel a wave of serenity roll over your shoulders. A wave washes away the remnants of the day. The day fades like a watercolor wash. You inhale scent of cedar and old books filling veins. The scent lingers, a reminder of quiet afternoons. You exhale, releasing a sigh of release. The sigh is quiet, like a feather slipping away. You sense a presence, a neighbor's cat curling on the sill. The cat watches you, eyes half closed, serene. You feel its warmth in the quiet. The warmth is gentle, a shared breath between you. The night grows deeper, a velvet curtain. A velvet curtain draped across the doorway to dreams. You step closer, feeling the curtain's soft weave. The weave feels like a caress upon flesh. You press hand to the fabric, feeling pulse under skin. The pulse is steady, a promise of solace. You think of a lull as you breathe in once more. The lull is small, but its presence is profound. You feel your eyelids flutter, heavy with sleep. Heavy eyelids lift, yet you stay awake. You hold a thread, feeling it breathe into you. The thread is cool, a cool breath along skin. You imagine the thread as a candle flame burning slow. The flame flickers, casting soft shadows. The shadows dance upon the quilt's face. You watch the dance, your mind entrapped in rhythm. Your mind finds a rhythm, syncopated with the thread. You smile, a quiet smile within the hush. You feel your heart loosen, ready for repose. You feel the hush deepen, like a pool reflecting moonlight. The pool reflects stars, stars reflected by the thread. You feel your body surrender to the quiet comfort. The comfort is like a hug from a distant memory. You think back to childhood nights beside a father. Your father sang a song with a gentle rhythm. The rhythm echoed the hum of the night. You feel the father's voice in the quilt's fibers. The voice feels warm, like honey in a cup. You sip a memory of warm honey, feel nourishment. The nourishment fills you, grounding you. You close your eyes again, let the darkness settle. Darkness is soft, a gentle weight on your mind. Your mind settles into a deep space, floating. The floating space holds you like a feather. The feather is light, buoyant, inviting. You sense an invitation to sleep. The invitation is gentle and compelling. You feel your breath slow, even slower. You breathe, a steady calm underlined in rhythm. You sense each breath, a gentle wave on the horizon. The horizon is wide, open to endless dream. You think of a world beyond the quilt's edges. The world is vast, but threads guide the way. Threads feel like constellations, mapping your sleep. You feel those constellations guiding you peacefully. You feel a final pull toward a horizon that glows. The pull is warm, pulling you into restful dark. You feel the night sigh, a gentle exhalation. The exhalation carries you toward deeper sleep. You let yourself drift, quiet, light, floating. The floating is calm, the world a distant lull. The quilt embraces again, protective, reassuring, always present. You close your eyes, dreaming shapes, gentle and true. You feel your breath settle, a soft hum accompanying you. The quilt sighs, each seam whispering like a sleepy lullaby. The room feels like a library, but softer, full of old book musk and cedar. You smile at that memory of the cottage, a place that keeps secrets in its walls. The loom hums gently, pulling threads, as if listening to bedtime stories. You let your breathing sink, feeling the rhythm match each soft thrum. The needles click like distant spoons, an odd but delightful soundtrack. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. You whisper, recalling the odd texture inside earlier. The texture seems familiar, like a worn map guiding you to hidden paths. You chuckle because nobody uses sunscreen, let alone crocodile dung. Your laugh mixes with the clink, a gentle jazz in night air. The thread catches a glimmer, reflecting tiny stars in its silver sheen. You trace it, imagining the silver dancing on invisible waves. The world outside softens to a velvet curtain of night. In the darkness, your mind paints patches of moonlight across the quilt. A patch glows brighter than the window, a miniature lighthouse guiding the dream. You feel a thrill, for you are the captain of this stitched vessel. The captain's hat is a pillow, and the deck is a warm blanket. Historians still argue whether the true origin of the Tudor quilt lies in royal kitchens. The debate is fierce, but tonight you are just the navigator. Meanwhile, medieval weavers once believed knitting could ward off sea monsters. That quirky tidbit feels oddly comforting amid the hush. You recall that anecdote and imagine a sea monster hurrying away. It turns the quiet into a playful waltz of imagination. The needles slide smooth, as if guided by invisible fingers. Your fingers feel light, almost airborne, dancing in a slow waltz. The rhythm slows, almost as if you breathe like a sleepy giant. The giant's breath rustles leaves that whisper across the quilt. Each leaf leaves a line of rustle in midnight, inviting calm. You smile, and a tiny grin cracks your eyelids. The grin reminds you that sleep is a friendly nap for the soul. The quilt, a living thing, pulses in time with your heart. Its pulse echoes like a soft drum beneath moonlight. The drum rolls, carrying your thoughts to a calm lagoon. The lagoon's water is a mirror, reflecting quiet skies. You breathe in, inhaling a scent of moss and lavender. The scent lingers, a memory of summer garden at dusk. Suddenly, a feather brushes your cheek, imaginary but tangible. The feather feels like a feather floating on wind. You laugh softly, because who carries feathers in a cottage? Your laugh echoes again, turning the room into a gentle echo chamber. Meanwhile, the wind from the window sneaks a sigh. The sigh smells of old paper and distant storms. You close your eyes for a moment, feeling the wind as a caress. Then you open them, noticing the moon's reflected glint in a window. The glint dances on the quilt, a small sun in a dark sea. Your senses heighten, feeling the coolness of night on the wood. The coolness is a reminder that night is a hug of cool fabric. The fabric feels like a hug that holds you close. You stretch, letting the rest of your body follow. A gentle stretch lets you relax into the blanket's embrace. The blanket's edges are thick, like a safety net made of thread. You feel the softness of the net, soothing any creases. As you settle, a lullaby plays in your mind, your grandmother's. The lullaby, though, is not just music. It is sleep itself. The music floats through the room, a gentle breeze of sound. You feel your shoulders unclench, replaced by calm weight. And the weight becomes a gentle weightlessness, like drifting on clouds. The clouds are made of cotton, soft as whispering lull. You imagine walking on the clouds, each step a gentle hush. That image pulls you into a dreamlike corridor of silence. Inside, the walls echo the quiet, a soft chorus of night. The chorus invites you to stay and listen. The night itself seems to speak, a voice in velvet. You hear a voice, but it is not a ghost, it is comfort. Comfort invites you into a space where sleep is a friend. The friend walks beside you, a quiet companion. The companion shares stories about a cottage at sea. It tells tales of sailors who knitted to stave off monsters. Those stories grow into a gentle, protective aura. Your heart slows, each beat a soft drum, a lull. You close your eyes, feeling the drum under your chest. The drum syncs with your breathing, slow as a tortoise. The tortoise moves, taking you gently toward rest. The rest is a place of soft light and quiet. The light flickers like small fireflies in a dark glass. Fireflies hum softly, a night chorus of gentle light. They hum in harmony with your breathing deep, slow. The harmony feels like a lullaby for your mind. You feel a wave wash across your consciousness, washing memories. Each memory is a note in this quiet symphony. You listen like a student in a very quiet class. The class teacher is night, and she whispers, "Sleep will come." You nod, but your eyes feel heavy like moonstone. The moonstone shimmers, reflecting the lullaby's hush. The shimmer invites you deeper into a gentle dreamscape. The dreamscape has soft edges, shaped by the quilt's borders. Those borders feel like friendly arms holding the dream. You feel the arms wrap you, as if someone is reading you a story. The story is about a cottage, a quilt, and a sleepy night. The cottage, you realize, is your own mind, a safe harbor. The harbor is made of thread, each thread a promise of rest. The promise whispers in rustling leaves, gentle starlight, and soft drips. The drips echo the rhythm of your relaxed heartbeat. Your heartbeat matches the rhythm, slow and steady. The steady rhythm feels like a lullaby played by nature. Nature is the ultimate bedtime storyteller. You feel as if you're wrapped in a long, soft hug. That hug is a quilt, but in your mind, it is a cloud. The cloud is fluffy and light, drifting across a star-filled sky. The sky is vast, but you feel the safety of the quilt. You feel safe, as if a friendly fox sits beside you. The fox's eyes reflect the quilt's tiny glimmers at night. You notice the fox's tail twitch, a playful rhythm. Your hands tap to that rhythm, small, gentle taps. The taps echo as small drum beats beside the quilt. The drum beats sink, encouraging deeper sleep. You feel the quilt's heat, a steady, comforting flame. The flame is not a fire, it is a calm glow. The glow lights your thoughts, turning fears into butterflies. Butterflies flutter, they dance around the quilt's edges. They sing softly, a sound like wind chimes caught in moonlight. The wind chimes sing in the background of your dream. Your dreams are stitched together, each thread a tiny story. The stories weave a tapestry that is both real and imagined. The tapestry feels like a safe harbor amid a sea of thoughts. The sea of thoughts is calm, but vast. You feel the calm, like a gentle tide lifting you. The tide carries you to a shore of soft sleep. The shore is a place where sleep begins, and you are ready. Your mind is light, as if a feather in the night wind. The feather, like the one you imagined earlier, floats with ease. The ease invites you to surrender to sleep's embrace. Sleep is a companion, a friend we've known since childhood. The friend whispers, "Good night." The whisper drifts inside your head, a lullaby. You let the whisper guide your final breaths. The breaths are slow, like the tide's wave. The tide's wave is gentle, cradling you soft. You feel a sense of relief and gratitude. Gratitude grows like a plant watered by night. The plant blooms, releasing a scent of chamomile. Chamomile invites your senses to calm, to sleep. You inhale deeply, feeling the chamomile scent. You exhale, letting go of the day's noise. The noise is gone, replaced by quiet. Quiet now surrounds you, a blanket of peace. The blanket is heavy, but comforting, as though a cloud. In this weight, you find a safe, restful haven. The haven feels like home, stitched from your memories. The memories are soft, sweet, and soothing. You feel your body relax, letting each muscle loose. Letting each muscle loose is like painting your body. The paint is soft as you let color flow. Color flows like gentle river of calm. The river runs through your dreams. Dreams are the final stitch in this lullaby. The final stitch glows, a soft white thread. The thread whispers you, sleep is coming soon. The whisper rises like a gentle sunrise. You close your eyes, feeling that gentle white thread wrap around the heart. The cottage hums as the threads weave themselves, a lullaby of soft motions. Your breath syncs with the rhythmic shuttles guiding the night. You inhale deeply, letting lavender settle over your skull. The needle clicks like distant spoons, an odd but delightful soundtrack. The breeze slides in like a sleepy cat, soft and curious. The scent climbs higher, wrapping around the ceiling. You imagine the canvas as breathing fabric, inhaling twilight. They exhale, releasing a scent of old tea leaves. The tea leaves smell like winter mornings by a fire. You taste a soft curl like the scent of a memory. The wind whispers in tiny ripples of scent. You feel the word calm flutter and settle in your chest. You hold it, letting it fill your thoughts. Your hand drifts along the seam, feeling the cool silk. The loom hums in the background, its rhythm steady. You hum a soft tune, one that feels like a lullaby. The melody weaves through the linen, quiet and gentle. Historians still argue whether the earliest maps of the world used lavender pigments. The room feels quiet, only the hum of the loom and your breathing. You smile, thinking about the day's light, gentle and warm. The lavender thread is soft, cool under your fingertips. The night deepens, the air feels fragrant with earth. You hear a distant bell, soft, gentle, rhythmic. It echoes around the cottage, filling the space with calm. The bell's tone mingles with the steady hum of the loom. You look at the horizon, thinking of distant places. The wind whirls around, carrying a whisper of lavender. The scent is a reminder of summer gardens at dusk. The scent settles inside you like a comforting blanket. You feel a pulse in your chest, steady as the night. Your mind floats, drifting like a leaf on a slow flow. The room breathes, and you follow its cadence. The breath is deep, long, and soft. The night is still dark canvas, light the only guide. You lie on the floor, feeling the coolness. Your body relaxes, letting go of all tension. You focus on the lavender, breathing it in slowly. The scent is thick, almost like a blanket of calm. You feel the lavender coat your thoughts. The scent becomes a lullaby, gentle and steady. You let the rhythm wash over you. You are now inside a dream, a soft, quiet place. You feel the breeze, a light and warm presence. You picture the cloud as a giant, gentle pillow. The pillow is warm, soft, like a cradle. The night is a friend, whispering gently. You feel the sound of water tapping the window. You smile, feeling the moment still. You listen to the slow ticking of the clock. You feel the light in your chest, warming. The breeze is soft, like a feather. You feel it on your cheek, a warm touch. You let it settle, letting dreams come. The wind carries a note of distant bells. The bells ring low, soothingly. In the quiet, they form a soft choir. They sing a lullaby, guiding you to rest. You feel the scent like a garden after rain. You breathe in, letting that air flow into your lungs. You feel the silence filling your mind. You feel you are becoming quiet, calm, ready. You hear the wind, you see stars. You feel each star a point of light. You let them light up your mind. You watch them, feeling quiet. The wind is a friend. It encourages your heart. Your heart beats. It beats like a gentle drum. You feel the wind, you sense the calm. It drifts by, light and soft. You let it carry you. You sit in the room with the night. You sense the night whisper. It encourages your mind to slow. You breathe. You let go. The night wraps around you. You feel it. You let it. You drift. You fall. You sleep. You fall. You sleep soft, unhurried, like a feather drifting. The final stitch clicks, an ancient lullaby echoing in the quiet. You hear the loom sing, its hum a gentle lull. The thread weaves, each loop a promise of rest. You close your eyes, letting the night cradle you. The cottage breathes, silence swells around you. You feel the warmth of the fire that still smolders. The scent of cedar fills the air, calming your mind. You trace the pattern where silver threads meet amber. Each intersection shapes the story of your dreams. You remember the old rooster mimicking a countdown in your head. You grin. Its crowing sounds like an applause for your night. The curtain sways. Soft wind nudges it like a hand. You smile, imagining that wind is a distant friend. The stars wink, each twinkle a quiet blessing. Your shoulders relax, every muscle released softly. You breathe deep, steady, and rhythmic. The silence speaks through the rhythm of your heartbeat. You feel the room is a gentle fortress. You sense every sound is a feather falling. You let go of thoughts cluttering your mind. The thread unravels softly, almost like a sigh. You notice your voice when quiet becomes lull. You remember the main historical fact. The moon landing was first televised in 1969. You laugh, humor a friend, even when sleepy. A quirky tidbit pops. Some say the moon is made of cheese, though the cheese didn't leave a scar. You pause still. Your mind drifts further. A joke whispers, "Why do we never see cows on the moon?" Because they are too clumsy. You find a small gap between the loom and the bookshelf. The light flickers like a tiny campfire in a cave. You feel the thread soft and humming. You imagine each strand telling a tale of calm. The cat in the corner purring like a distant drum. The floor creaks, soft lull beneath your feet. You hear the clock tick-tock like a sleeping heart. You think history still argues whether Shakespeare invented words alone. The silence stretches endless as a well. You feel the last stitch, holding the whole cloth together. The thread anchors like a lock on a treasure chest. You feel the tension release, gentle breeze. You note the open debate phrase. Historians still argue whether the earliest maps of the world used lavender pigments. You chuckle, imagine map makers painting with lavender. The curtain settles into the dark. The night thickens like a blanket. Your eyes close, steady, slow. You listen only the hum of the loom and your breath. The thread is a steady river flowing through your mind. You smile softly, an audible sigh. You breathe deep, slow, calm. You feel the air crisp and soothing. The room whispers stories of past. You recall a funny anecdote. Why did the scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field. A light laugh through the hush. You sense a change, energy softening. The final stitch tightens like a promise. You hear an unseen applause. You feel peace wrapping your heart. The night is a gentle ocean pulling you inward. You drift toward a deep, restful state. The curtain is closed, night is whole. Your mind unravels, tangled thoughts untie. You smile, peaceful grin. You inhale the scent of loofah. You exhale soft, long. The thread hums steady like a lull. You feel the cottage is protective. Your breath is a wave rolling into sleep. The starry sky watching silently. You nod, sleep is closer. The final stitch completes, you feel like a closed chapter. The fabric holds, silently, perfectly. You hear heartbeats in sync. You feel tenderness of thread. Your eyes are heavy, dreams call. You think, no more noise. You smile lightly, almost dreamlike. The cottage hums quiet. You rest slowly, deeply. The thread is your lullaby, soft and endless. The world outside, distant, muted. You focus on steady breath. You listen to the soft whisper. You feel silence like velvet. Your body relaxes completely, unhurried. The last stitch, a perfect seal. You hear soft, final click. Your mind drifts softly like a feather. You smile, tiny content. The room holds gentle breath. You are safe, soothing, and steady. You let go of all waking fears. You feel peace, a wave of calm. The thread still unbroken. You sense a warmth spreading. You feel your eyes closing fully. You hear the loom, quiet now. You are in a dream, soft, gentle. You laugh innocently at yourself. You remember this quiet is yours. You feel the night embracing you. The dream is sweet like honey. You taste silence, sweet and calming. You breathe slow, deep. The thread whispers, whisper of light. You feel sleep descending, soft, safe. The blanket of night on you. You are wrapped completely, deeply. Your thoughts slowly fade. The final lull on the thread. The cottage quiet, solid. You are safe, rest complete. You sleep softly, deeply, without waking. You dream of a gentle river flowing under stars. Your night, restful and calm, ends. You close the cottage door that drapes its veil over you. The loom hums, a pulse that soothes fiber of mind. Your breath matches rhythm deep as wander above the horizon. You feel thread, a lullaby weaving calm into the evening. Each stitch clicks softly, applause that cradles cottage heart. The loom hums a pulse that soothes fiber of mind. You trace that meet amber threads, each a promise of rest. Your thoughts drift like feathers, weightless, by the loom hum. The fire's ember sighs, its warmth wraps around you like a blanket. You inhale cedar, its scent settles, calming your mind, smoothing thoughts. Curtains sway, soft wind nudges them as a gentle hand holds. You smile, imagining that wind as a distant friend, whispering lullabies. Night sky twinkles, each star a blessing, a lantern on water. Your shoulders ease, the tension leaves, replaced by weightless ease. You breathe deep, steady, rhythmic, letting each inhale sink into earth. The clock ticks a soft rhythm, like a heartbeat in slow motion. The cat curls beside you, purr steady, a drum of contentment. Your hand rests on thread, warmth, a promise of safe passage. You feel room breathe. The silence is a river flowing, serene. Your thoughts untangle like knots, each thread a strand of calm. The final stitch tightens, creating boundary, sealing day into night. You hear a soft applause. The unseen hands applaud your rest. You feel peace wraps around you, a cloud of gentle sound. You drift toward a horizon of dream, pulled by a quiet tide. The curtain falls, darkness thickens, yet cottage remains solid and warm. Your mind relaxes like a tide pulling back, leaving content. You inhale the scent of loofah, soft, earthy, refreshing, grounding. You exhale soft, long, letting go of bright lights. The loom hums softly, its rhythm a lull, steady as breath. You close your eyes, letting sleep soft, deep, and pure arrive.